Rest came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell me what's going on for Chryslers. Make this the summer event.
Well, you'll have to choose between 3 great deals. 0% financing for 60 months, 2.9% financing for 72 months, or 4.9% financing for 84 months. And whichever you choose, you get no payments for 90 days.
Whoa, that was so many numbers. I don't even know what it all means.
It means you will save thousands of dollars on your new Ram truck with the best financing options available. It's a choose-your-own savings and payments adventure with Hoblet Dodge.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now unbeatable interest rates. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
Financing through SFS for qualified buyers. 0% for 60 months equals $1,667 per thousand borrowed. 2.9% for 72 months equals $1,515 per thousand borrowed. 4.9% for 84 months equals $1,408 per thousand borrowed. No payments for 90 days on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. Offers cannot be combined with certain other incentives. Excludes Ram, 1500 RHO, and Tungsten models. Sample VIN 342368. See dealer for details.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Today we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
When I was a kid, I used to spend hours watching my stepdad work on cars. It really turned into something special, and now I work on all my own cars. I heard about Rock Auto the first time just doing an internet search. I couldn't recommend Rock Auto enough. Fact is, my kids go there to buy. I tell my neighbors about them. I tell pretty much everybody about them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
'Twas the day before the draft, and all through Sacramento. That's where you pick it up and finish it, Kayla. I didn't have anything beyond that.
What was that part?
'Twas the day before the draft, and all throughout Sacramento.
Not a fan was scurrying. Not even his mouse.
Not even close. All right, we'll take it. Hey, welcome into Matt and Kayla. It's draft week,
Anthony's
everybody.
like, who the hell is this girl?
Yeah, we got Anthony with us this week. Kyle Ledbetter out on vacation. Shut up. I meant to say
you
shut up,
Kyle. Shut up, Kyle.
I was going to say shout out Anthony, but then I said shut up Anthony, and I don't mean that at all. Hi Anthony.
How's it going? I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, shut up Anthony. All right. It's draft week, baby. We got stuff to get to.
Honestly, like, you need to shut up because you have, like, no voice almost. What happened?
I am recovering from congestion. Like, it's just been,
Matt.
I've gotten my butt kicked by just random chest congestion. And
yeah,
I don't know if anybody likes Mucinex out there. Does anybody even remotely like taking Mucinex with the pill that's the size of like your head?
No, because I can't even swallow regular pills.
Those things are terrible. Now they work, but I've been like down in Mucinex for the last like 3 or 4 days just to get all this crap out my system, and I'm almost through the other side.
Home
but
stretch.
It was there were stretches where you could not understand a word that I was saying because I was just destroyed.
allergy induced usually?
I have no clue.
Because I know you and I had some funky thing. I think it was last week.
Yeah.
But we weren't like, you couldn't hear our sickness, but we just were kind of.
I've been like
head
plugged
congestion.
up from the shoulders up for like a week.
Yeah.
I
think it's allergies.
I blame golf. I went out golfing.
Probably.
And when I got home that night from golfing and I didn't feel great, and I woke up the next morning and I was terrible.
I bet you that's what it is.
There's a tree out there or something that got to me.
Mm-hmm.
I hit my golf ball into the bushes, and a bush out there decided, hey, screw you, guy.
I'm going to give you congestion.
But no matter what, I'm fighting through it because it's draft week, baby.
That's right.
The NBA draft is tomorrow.
I can't wait.
It's a big day. Big day for the Sacramento Kings. And, of course, on today's show, we will be diving into the latest, including why it hasn't happened yet, so we can't completely celebrate it yet. But I am feeling very good about how Scott Perry is handling everything today.
Mm-hmm.
Because now all of a sudden the consensus of if Darius Acuff is going to be there at 7 or not is changing. What the Clippers and Nets are potentially doing at 5 and 6 seems like it's changing. I think Scott Perry has played the market and played this pre-draft process masterfully.
I think so too.
And we'll talk about that in today's show. Brendan Nunez is back from his trip to Brazil.
Nice.
He's gone for 2 weeks. He's back just in time for the draft. He'll join us in studio at 1 o'clock. And while we're not going to necessarily fight him, Brendan has been one of those guys that's very skeptical about Darius Acuff Jr. Not just the defense. Like, we all have our concerns about Darius Acuff Jr. on the defensive end. But Brendan has some things on the offensive end with Acuff that he's a little concerned about too. So we'll talk about Acuff, who I still believe very much is going to be the pick. I'm almost convinced. I mean, I think I am convinced at this point. It's either going to be Acuff or Kingston Flemings, who's a king.
Too. And I'm fine with both.
I think Acuff is plan A. If he's somehow not there, I think Kingston Flemings is plan B, and that's it. Like, I think it's that
And
simple.
I don't think there's going to be trading up going on.
I very much doubt it at this point. But you never know. We'll see how draft day itself plays out. Happy Father's Day, belated Father's Day to all of the fathers out there. I hope everybody enjoyed their holiday weekend. I certainly did. And
what'd you barbecue for everyone else?
I made sliders.
Oh, I
made custom sliders, little Hawaiian rolls.
I was gonna say you used the Hawaiian.
Oh yeah,
those are the best.
Hawaiian rolls. You just get sliders are super easy. You just get a big thing of ground beef, season it, roll it up into little balls, make little patties, little sliders, put some cheese on top. Boom.
Now let me ask you this, because earlier in Crosstalk I mentioned, moms, when it comes to Mother's Day, I feel like everything is done for them.
Sure.
Now, on Father's Day, it does still seem like majority of fathers that I talk to, they end up doing the cooking. So let me ask this. Do you enjoy and you okay with doing the cooking, or would you have liked your significant other to cook for you on what is Father's Day, where you should not be lifting a finger?
Yeah, no, I don't believe in like I have to
being waited on.
No, that's not my thing. I do personally believe, now my background is kind of important here. I was very much raised by women.
Yep.
My mom is a single mom. My dad kind of dipped when I was very, very young. Well, my mom left my dad for good reasons when I was very, very young. So I have not really I have a relationship with my dad, but it's not the fatherly relationship, which has been tough to navigate through life. And I know I'm not the only one who's dealt with stuff like that. Growing up as a young man without having a father is difficult for its own set of reasons. And my family on my mom's side is very women heavy. Not a lot of men, whether it was because of unfortunate passings or bad relationships or things of that nature. Very women heavy. So Mother's Day has a extra level of importance compared to Father's Day in my family. So that I'm completely normal and fine with. I got to spend my Father's Day. I was barbecuing in the backyard while my wife and mom and her mom and dad were just chilling out in the back talking and hanging out while my son was playing in a splash pad in the backyard. And it was perfect.
There we go.
It's like serene family moment. I'm barbecuing, family's happy, it's nice outside. So that was good enough for me. Although I don't know what infected my algorithm, which I'm not on TikTok. I'm on Instagram, which I know is like Instagram Reels are just late TikToks. Sure,
That's
I guess.
exactly what it is.
I don't know. But my algorithm got infected by like bitter moms on like Father's Day is like, I'm putting in the effort on Father's Day that he put on Mother's Day. Here, I'm leaving my kids with him and I'm going golfing or something. It's like, what is the salt?
Where did that come from, though?
I don't know.
Did you have a combo? Did it pick up on a combo?
My wife was wonderful.
That's
I don't
weird.
know what
That's
happened.
good content, though.
My
I like that.
algorithm was just like
Bitter
all
moms.
the angry moms out there who aren't divorced. It's like,
well, no.
Screw my husband. Let me put him on blast on Father's Day
Of
and
course.
get validation on the internet. I'm like, all right, I guess this is what we're doing today.
That's what happens sometimes.
No, my Father's Day was great.
Good.
Father's Day was wonderful, and I hope everybody out there, all the fathers out there, had a wonderful Father's Day. Shout out to my wife for making me a dad, and shout out to my son for letting me be the dad that I never had.
There you go.
That's
See,
Father's
that's the
Day
way.
for me.
Yeah, you can't always just dwell in the past. You got to look forward to the future and
I got to see
make
Toy
your
Story
mark.
5. I mean, Father's Day started with Toy Story 5. What better?
Well, how busy was that theater? Because I'm assuming it was.
It was there was a ton of showings.
I feel like there were a lot of people who went and saw Toy Story 5 this weekend with their kids.
Yes, I would say there might have been slightly more adults than there were kids. And Toy Story 5, if you haven't seen it, it's great. Toy Story 5 is made for our generation. It is not made for kids.
Oh, really?
All of Toy Story 5 is for us.
Oh, well, I got to get this on the list.
Toy Story 5 makes some risky jokes. Like
Oh.
there is a part of Toy Story 5 where, I'm not spoiling anything, but a toy is about to drop a curse word and gets stopped at the last second. It's hilarious.
So no curse words in it, though?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No. But Toy Story 5 is very good. Very
I'll have to go
much
see
enjoyed it.
I'll probably wait for it to come out.
But it is
you know.
for our generation. It is. I mean, it's a kid's movie, but it's for us. All the callbacks, all the lines, all the story is pretty much for us.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
And Woody is like a side character now, by the way. He's not the main character anymore.
Of course.
It's like a very actually small character in that movie, which is really interesting.
Well.
Go see Toy Story 5. It was fun. And happy Father's Day to everybody out there. Before Father's Day, though, we got a bit of interesting news or an interesting report from Jake Fisher going into the weekend that had to do with Zach LaVine. This is from Jake Fisher all the way back in, I think this was on Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was in the evening on Friday, so it was after our show. We didn't get to react. Well, we had no show on Friday. The Detroit Pistons are interested in Zach LaVine, per Mark Stein and Jake Fisher. Quote, other players regarded as potentially available and said to interest Detroit, including Charlotte's Kobe White, Oklahoma City's Isaiah Joe, and possibly even Sacramento's Zach LaVine, now that LaVine is heading into the final year of a massive contract with a $49 million player option that carries a June 29th deadline to be activated. That's in 7 days from now, people. So Zach LaVine has to make his decision very, very soon. Now, Sam Amick has told us and shared with us on these airwaves, shared with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, like all expectations are he's going to pick up that option. Why wouldn't he? But Kayla, when we were watching the Detroit Pistons in the playoffs, we were pointing out, man, they could really use some scoring. I remember we were out at the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Sacramento golf tournament, and we talked while out there about, like, after the Pistons were eliminated, could Zach LaVine be of interest to them? Fisher is not reporting that the Pistons are ready to make a trade or anything like that, but he's on their radar. It makes sense and maybe gives Kings fans a little bit of hope that Zach LaVine might not be on this team.
I think they're still holding out hope that that's the case. And that's what's great about sports in general and teams and like the movement. It is always fluid. I mean, we'll talk about some stuff later in 2 Minute Drill with the Niners. Like although we've heard a lot of reports of like, no, Mac Jones isn't going anywhere. Now, again, there's things that have popped up because of recent situations. that now he could be
Right.
traded.
Right.
So my point being, that's what I love about sports because it is always fluid, right? It's always changing. And with the Zach LaVine thing, like hope, again, not because of the person, but because of the fit and the contract, hope is still alive that they could move him. And I thought that first thing we had that conversation about when, especially when Duren was just not having a good postseason. There wasn't that extra scoring. There wasn't that number 2 guy consistently enough. Not saying that we assumed LaVine would be that guy because he's also had some ups and downs in his career in terms of being consistent as a producer.
Right.
But look, there definitely could be interest there.
Sure.
And like the article mentioned, it is the final year of this big contract.
Right.
So that, I guess, some teams might be able to make that work.
Really quick sidebar. Different members, different rookies or draft prospects are being made available to the media today, the day before the draft. Darren Peterson is actually speaking right now. Jake Fisher just put out there that Darren Peterson said, while he didn't work out with the Utah Jazz, he only worked out with the Wizards. He didn't meet with the Utah Jazz, according to Darren Peterson. So any news and clips and anything, I know Kingston Flemings is expected to speak. I imagine Darius Acuff Jr. is expected to speak. If anything crosses our radar, we'll share that with you when we see it. But keep an eye and an ear out for that kind of stuff. But going back to the Zach LaVine conversation, so immediately I hear this news and I start speculating, start thinking about, okay, but what does this actually look like? Does that mean the Pistons are going to try to trade for Zach LaVine after he picks up his $49 million player option? Or could this be the scenario that we were talking about of could a team swoop in and offer Zach LaVine? I know the number has always been like 3 years, $90 million, which is $30 million a year over 3 years. Give him a little more longevity and spread that money out a little bit more compared to just 1 year of a big payday. And I don't think either route makes sense, though, for the Detroit Pistons right now. Like, they have to figure out what they're doing with Jalen Duren. So on paper, right now, they have a lot of cap space. They have a lot of money falling off the books, but they're going to pay Jalen Duren.
Sure. They're going to get that deal done,
So,
I'm sure.
Like, they have to keep that in mind. So I don't think they're jumping at the opportunity to bring in a $49 million contract right now. Maybe at the trade deadline, but not right now. And I don't know if the Pistons are going to want to commit to Zach LaVine long-term enough to offer him a 3-year, let's even say it's like a 3-year, $65 million deal. Like committing multiple years to an experiment of, is Zach LaVine going to work? He's going to bring the offensive punch that we need, but we're such a defensive-focused team that he obviously impacts that. And whether it's fair or not fair, the reality is Zach LaVine has the lowest winning percentage of any active player in the NBA. He does not impact winning, and that's what the Pistons are trying to do. They're trying to build off of being the number 1 seed. That's hard to do.
And I think also what makes it harder for them to do anything long-term is that they are kind of taking a bit of a risk when they probably potentially sign Jalen Duren. I mean, this is a guy who is in terms of what he's done in the postseason right now it does not look good.
Yeah.
But they do kind of have to just sign him.
Yeah.
They have to give him that extension. And so that in a way is not a huge roll of the dice because he's done a lot of things for you during the regular season. But in a way it is like, hey, we're betting on you to be better in the future when we get to that postseason.
Right.
To do that then again with a guy like LaVine long-term would be a little bit of a tough thing for me to say, like, yeah, let's do it.
So over the weekend, I did a podcast with our friend Kuka Hill. Ku is the host of the Locked On Pistons podcast, very well-respected media member in Detroit. Sat down with him to have a conversation about what this could look like. And the conversation was really interesting because it kind of ultimately became a conversation about what we think the Kings should do with LaVine. And we're going to talk about that a lot during lunch break today because we ended up steering the conversation towards like how much should the Kings be essentially threatening Zach? Like that's the only thing they can do is threaten Zach. And is that the right play? Is that the right risk? Not just to piss off Zach LaVine, but you're dealing with Clutch Sports and Rich Paul as well. And what can Scott Perry and the Kings really do and the leverage that they have. So we'll talk about that element of the conversation at noon. But specifically with the Detroit Pistons side of things, Ku essentially agreed with me that he doesn't see the team trading for a $49 million player before the season starts and doesn't see them offering him him opting out so they can offer him a long-term deal. But he did say that he could see the Detroit Pistons offering him like the mid-level exception and like a 2-year deal or something of that nature to try this out if the Kings were to essentially buy out LaVine, which I just don't think they're going to do. I don't believe the Kings are just going to outright buy out Zach LaVine. I just don't see it happening.
I think it's hard because that is a lot of money. But it also is something where how fast do you want to reset this team?
Yeah.
And to get off of that contract and kind of move forward with other pieces eventually. Again, we've talked about the new lottery system where it isn't something where they want to just be the bottom feeder, like they want to try to compete. And the more you just get a jump start on that, maybe the better off you're going to be. So I guess there is that small thing in the back of Perry's mind that could say, hey, maybe we just get done with it. We deal with it now. But it is like the money thing is tough to say that they're going to buy that out.
If you buy out Zach LaVine, you're essentially admitting there is just absolutely no place for you on the court. Because buying out Zach LaVine, like instant cap relief, I don't know what the Kings can do with that right now. Like the 2027 offseason, which we've heard so much about, which is when both LaVine and DeRozan fall off the books if they're still around. Domas will still be on the books, but he'll be an expiring deal at that point. Maybe the Kings can move him. But that offseason is considered to be the offseason when Scott can really start to make moves. Like, if the Kings can get rid of or move on from Zach LaVine in a trade or something now, I think they'll do it just to get under the luxury tax, if nothing else, and give themselves a little bit of relief and flexibility. But in my mind, buying out Zach LaVine just means, like, you are so... not against. What is the word I'm looking for? You do not fit at all with what we're trying to do and where we're trying to go. And there is literally zero value for us to have you around and to keep playing you, even if it's less playing time, which I don't believe Zach LaVine is that bad of a player or things have gotten that bad in Sacramento to get to that point. I think it's more likely that the Kings stick with Zach. They figure out who they draft actually might impact what his playing time looks like. Like, I think he would play more with a Kingston Flemings versus with a Darius Acuff for obvious defensive reasons, but we can tackle that bridge cross that bridge when we get to it. But in my mind, like, the play is you bring Zach LaVine back, you find a role for him to help your scoring and just to try and win as many games as you possibly can through the first half of the season. And then at the trade deadline, you shop him desperately for a team that is looking for a rental to boost their offensive output, and then he falls off the books at the end of the year. Like, that, to me, is the play for Zach LaVine, and that's probably what Scott Perry's going to try and do.
Yeah, I think it's just hard right now. There's so many things on the checklist that's never ending for Scott Perry, and that's why I think it's just important to get through this draft, right? Let's just get through the draft. It's like taking it, I hate that stupid saying, but I'm using it right now in my own life, like taking it day by day.
Yep.
And with Scott Perry, because of the amount of things that he has to do to eventually get this team headed in the right direction, I really truly think that's the thing he has to do this summer.
Yeah.
Is like take it step by step, keep those phone lines open, keep the communication open with other teams, always be listening. There could be a surprise, whether it be Sabonis or LaVine, where maybe it works out. But I think trying to push something and to force something might not be the best thing right now. So I think you just kind of let it play out, at least for this offseason, how it is going to play out. And then you figure it out once the season starts.
I kind of figured this would be the case going into the conversation with Koo. And look, just because Koo Cahill of Locked On Pistons says something doesn't mean that it's like it's the absolute truth. By the way, we do know that the Detroit Pistons are very actively trying to be in the mix to get Tyler Hero. That's picking up a lot of steam, potentially as the third team in a Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami deal. And we're getting down to the wire with that too. So
didn't Shams say it's supposed to happen before tomorrow?
It's supposed to happen before the draft.
So this could happen any point.
It's Boston versus Miami at this point.
Yep.
So we're just waiting for the bomb to drop. It's going to happen. I hope to God it doesn't kick past the draft. Just get it over with, get it done with, and it sounds like it's Boston versus Miami, and we're
What
in
are
the home
you
stretch
What
of
are
it.
you going with? I've always been Miami. But they're really, I feel like, making a push to go Boston.
I think it's Boston because what Miami can't contend with. Well, one, it was reported today that Pat Riley is letting it known, like, I'm not going to gut my entire organization just to bring Giannis in.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give every good player I have, except with the exception of Bam Adebayo, and a treasure trove of assets to where I just have no maneuverability afterwards. There's that. But also, the one thing that Miami I don't feel can contend with is Jaylen Brown, who reportedly is reserved to, like, whatever. If I get traded, I get traded. The Bucks can take Jaylen Brown and, whether it's a third team in the deal or a trade afterwards, immediately reroute him and get even more value.
I think that's what they're going to do.
Which
I truly do.
Jaylen Brown, they're like the Bucks. I don't think the Bucks are interested in acquiring Jaylen Brown. I think the Bucks are interested in getting control of Jaylen and then cashing in on that.
And I think that's smart. Honestly, I think Jaylen would be happier also to go to a different team that I'm not saying the team he's going to go to will be a contender, but probably more so than Milwaukee right now.
Oh, big time.
And Jaylen, I think in the back of his mind, while it's probably sucks to leave Boston and all that, he's wanted to be a number one.
Yeah.
And there's always been that question mark in Boston. We know the whole, like, after they got eliminated from the playoffs, going on his show and, kind of word vomiting, all of that stuff. So it might work out best for everyone. And honestly, it kind of makes sense for Boston having Giannis there. And I think it's an okay fit for Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's again closer to where he was looking to go to on the East Coast. Yeah. So it might end up working.
I think there'd be a ton of teams who are current playoff teams or just on the cusp that would try to acquire Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
As long as the price was right. So I think the Bucks, could really cash in on rerouting Jaylen Brown and get even more value than what Miami can give. Miami, I think, has the best straight up trade package available, but rerouting Tyler Hero versus rerouting Jaylen Brown,
there's a difference.
Brown's going to net you more of a return.
So we're looking at this now. If the Milwaukee Bucks actually do this and then they do turn around and flip Brown, it's a rebuild again. Milwaukee. They're back into the stages of mid-market, trying to rebuild, and who knows when they'll find that next star. It might not ever happen because Giannis is
that's what you have
kind
to
of
do.
a one in a million.
As a small market, that's what you have to do. Now, again, I'm not saying at all that Giannis Antetokounmpo and De'Aaron Fox are the same player. I'm not saying that at all. One's a superstar, one is not. But when you're a small market and you're trading away your franchise guy, you have to recoup future value, not immediate value. And the Kings didn't do it. The Bucks are very much trying to do that. It's the right thing to do. You have to get a treasure trove of draft.
Hence why it's taking as long probably as it has.
Because you want as many bullets or as many darts, whatever analogy you want to use, as many shots to be able to draft the next franchise guy that's going to be what... I don't think you'll ever find another Giannis. But could you find the next Milwaukee Bucks franchise guy that can also bring you a ring? The best route to do that for a small market team like Milwaukee is through the draft, or you stockpile draft assets and then you can use them to trade for a star down the road if you feel inclined to do so. That's why draft picks are so valuable. Final thing on this Zach LaVine to Detroit Pistons conversation, not to kill anybody's hope, because I don't want to do that necessarily. I saw a lot of Kings fans see that report from Fisher go, oh my God, there's a chance we don't have to deal with Zach LaVine here in Sacramento. I don't see it happening. I don't see anything happening that takes Zach LaVine off of the Kings' hands before the season starts. I think it's either going to be the Kings' choice to buy him out, or Zach LaVine's going to be a King to start the season, and we'll figure out what that looks like. But again, coming up at noon during the lunch break, we will talk about how much can the Kings really threaten Zach and how hard they should be threatening Zach. Like, there's a difference between a reality check of, hey, this is what your playing time is going to look like if you're here, and the threat of, like some people are saying, Kuka Hill was saying it on the podcast. You tell Zach LaVine, if you pick up your option, that's in your prerogative. We're sending you home. I don't know if the Kings can do that. We'll talk about that at noon, because that's a little bit extreme. But as of right now, other major NBA news today that has nothing to do with the draft. From national champion at Michigan to Cooper Flagg's head coach in Dallas, Dusty May is on his way to the Mavericks as their head coach. We'll talk about that. Plus, like we just mentioned, Celtics versus Heat for Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's all still to come here. We're just getting started. It's the eve of the NBA draft on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tara Berg in the KCRA 3 weather center for your Monday. Plenty of sunshine to get out and enjoy, but it's going to run a touch warmer today. Plan for those daytime highs to peak in the lower 90s, while that Delta breeze to cool us off into the evening drops us back to the 50s first thing Tuesday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action, but please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Exercise and golf have been two important activities in my life. I opened Golf Fitness Solutions in 2013 to help my fellow golf enthusiasts improve their posture, relieve their pain, gain strength and endurance, and most importantly, hit the ball farther. From beginners to professionals, I've had success working with all ages and all skill levels, and I can help you too. Located in Carmichael, call us at 916-802-5175 or go to golffitnesssolutions.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
It's time for your Sactown Scouting Report, breaking down the top prospects for the Sacramento Kings ahead of the 2026 NBA Draft.
Final Kings Big Board.
The Kings are sitting at pick 7 and outside of the expected top 4. The biggest question is simple. Which guard should they believe in most? Sacramento needs creation, upside, and a long-term answer at point guard. This final big board sorts through the risks, fits, and star swings to stack the realistic options before draft night.
Read the entire breakdown from Brendan Nunez right now at SactownSports.com. Presented by Power Business Technology. copiers and printers for all your office needs.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Can already tell it's going to be a day here on the show.
People getting sassy?
Just draft week, baby.
Oh, boy.
Intensity's picking up.
People are just, they just want to get it over with.
Well, listen, we got tomorrow to nervously sit and wait and watch what happens really with the top 6 picks and who's going to be available at 7. But I think Scott Perry is playing this about as well as you could possibly play it. Ultimately, he has to wait and see what the other teams decide to do. He doesn't have control over that, but he can play the game. And Scott Perry's a seasoned player, and I like how he's playing it. We'll talk about that at 11 o'clock with the latest rumors involving Keaton Wagler, Michael Brown Jr., both of them backing out of workouts with the Sacramento Kings or not having a workout with the Sacramento Kings. Oh, no. We'll talk about that at 11 o'clock. But big news today in the NBA, Kayla, Michigan's Dusty May, after winning a national title, on his way to the National Basketball Association to be the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Now, while admittedly I wasn't locked into the Dallas Mavericks coaching search, this came as a bit of a surprise for me, and it seems like a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it was pretty mum, actually, in terms of who'd be going to take that Dallas job. I know we always kind of first and foremost go to who is available in the league right now to coach an NBA team, but there is always that, college coach, i.e. Billy Donovan back after he won, championship with Florida, and he's been in the league ever since. Now, Dusty May obviously just won a championship with Michigan, has done a really good job up there, but according to a lot of analysts out there, I know Jeff Goodman, who covers college basketball very closely, had put out that he had a source tell him that there was really 2 reasons why he left Michigan to go to the pros and coach the Dallas Mavericks was like the state of college basketball. There's a lot of uncertainty, and it's hard enough to win a national championship. And once you get one, maybe it makes it easier than to part ways and go test your hands in the pros. And then the second one was obviously the one that's out there that he wanted a chance to coach Cooper Flagg. So
the college basketball is the Wild West right now because of the transfer portal, and keeping teams together is incredibly difficult. And it's already weird because one and dones and players just basically being a freshman at your team and then dipping. But isn't there more security? Like, in my mind, there's way more security in college basketball as a head coach than there is in the NBA. Like, as in the NBA, if things are going wrong, you're gone. Like, you're just gone.
Yeah.
And like the average shelf life of a head coach in the NBA can't be more than 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, while I'm not saying that in a way like I'm expecting Dusty May to fail necessarily, because out of the 3 major American sports, football, basketball, and baseball, I think the best one for coaches to go from the college level to the NBA or to the pros is the NBA. I think basketball,
probably
that route is easier. We've seen coaches do that and have tremendous success. Like Brad Stevens is a shining example. He's now the GM of the Boston Celtics, or president of the Boston Celtics, whatever his official title is. But I would think that this is a pretty significant risk for Dusty May leaving as a national champion where he could have been the man in Michigan forever.
Mm-hmm.
But he's coaching Cooper Flagg, and it's an NBA job.
Yeah, I think that for some of these coaches now, if you feel like you're even remotely wanting to test the next level, because let's be honest too, there's not all college coaches who want to go to the pros. Like, it's just it's a fact that if you don't want to do it, you're going to probably just stay in college, and if anything, you'll just go to a different school or a better school. But for some of these guys, they do truly want to test the pro rank. So I can't fault Dusty May because the current situation with college sports in general is so confusing, and it's harder to do it now with recruiting and all that. And like you said, there's not a lot of security in terms of players. So I think it's smart for him to do it. And especially if there's a certain job that's open right now that he is excited about, because clearly he wants to be able to coach a guy like Cooper Flagg. worst comes to worst, Matt, he doesn't do a good job in the pro level, and he can go back to college and probably have his pick of the litter of where he wants to coach.
True.
So it's kind of a win-win situation for Dusty May.
I think so. A lot of people are saying, like, I'm sure money had a big thing to do with it. Oh, I'm sure, but also there's plenty of money in college.
Yeah.
Athletics, too. Sometimes there's more long-term security financially than in the NBA. But, hey, it's a big hire. It's an exciting hire. It's a polarizing hire for the Dallas Mavericks, and I'm excited about that. So I'm interested to see this. I always actually kind of root for these coaches. Not that I'm rooting for the Dallas Mavericks by any means, but I always kind of root for these coaches. And now a lot of people are starting to connect the dots of Dallas at 9, the Michigan guy's available. Are they going to 9?
I was just going to do, I was going to say the Yaxel Lindenborg. I'm like, I wonder if that makes it more of a relevant conversation of like a guy like him could go there and reunite with his coach.
Yeah, well, there's Morez Johnson Jr. as well. I mean, there's Ade Mara. Like, I don't know if that would be interesting, and it certainly has to be part of the conversation. But I mean, remember, it sounded like Clutch Sports was very much trying to navigate Braden Burries to Dallas. So I don't know how /if/why this would change anything, but you got three Michigan guys expected to be in that lottery range, and now the Michigan head coach is at Dallas at 9. It's going to be something to look at because I expect all 3 of them to be on the board when Dallas is on the clock.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be something? And then if he picks one of them, which one do they pick? What does that mean for the other 2? Coach had his favorite in Michigan. It's just going to be fun. It's just a fun little wrinkle.
Tons of storylines to go along with it.
Just a fun little wrinkle to an already very interesting NBA draft. We'll get more into Celtics versus Heat for Giannis Antetokounmpo in just a second. AC, nice enough to call us here on the eve of the NBA draft. What up, AC?
Hey, belated Father's Day to everybody.
Thank you. You too, boss.
Yeah, you guys have a stellar show today. The only thing that sucks about the weekend is that you guys aren't on it.
I appreciate that. But we're happy to be here on Monday. We're looking forward to the draft tomorrow. But what's up, AC? What you want to talk about?
So I wanted to get you guys' opinion. I haven't looked at a single mock draft. In your heart of hearts, each one of you, Kayla, which player do you think the Kings will end up with?
I've been on it. I'm going to stick with it. I'm just one of those people that, when I get on something, I'm pretty much going to stick with that thought. And I do think Acuff Jr. will be there, and I do believe they'll take him. The only way they don't take him is if he's not there. But I think I'm getting a feeling that he's going to be in that spot. So my gut says it's going to be Acuff at 7. But again, it could be Kingston if he's not there.
AC, I'll kind of build off of what Kayla said. If Darius Acuff Jr. is there at 7, I feel very I'd bet a lot of money. Darius Acuff Jr. is the pick. I think Kingston Flemings is a really, really good backup plan that the Kings are very comfortable with, which is why they will not trade up to go and get Acuff, and they might not even need to based off of how the market is shaping up. But what about you? Are you have a name in mind?
So I was obviously dismayed beyond belief when we lost the coin flip to Utah, and I ended up with the number 2 pick, and then we basically end up with 7. And anything less than Acuff is a failure, in my opinion. So Acuff is there. I totally agree with you guys. We need him, and if we don't get him, it's going to be a failure.
AC, thanks for the call. You coming out to the Golden One Center tomorrow? You going to be there for the draft party?
You know what? I might. Is it inside the center or outside?
No, I think it's inside.
It is inside.
You have to go to get your tickets. The tickets are free. Kings.com/watch party. Go and get those tickets and celebrate or commiserate with Sacramento Kings fans, depending upon what they do. AC, we appreciate the call, man.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, AC.
I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Yeah.
No matter what, I can't wait.
It is really funny because we have the YouTube chat where we always appreciate all of our great listeners and viewers chiming in, I should say. And I think majority, there's a little bit of a difference between who people want on the YouTube chat, but there is a little bit more like not for Acuff, I think, now than there was in the beginning. And then you're seeing a little bit of Kingston. You're seeing a little bit of the Wagler. There's even been some amends on here. But in terms of callers, I think most of the callers that we've received in terms of their opinions has been more Acuff.
Yeah.
So it just varies in terms of what people want. I think it's kind of split.
by the way, we'll talk about this during Matt's World Cup date at 11:30, but Lionel Messi just scored his 17th goal to become the all-time leader in goals scored in the World Cup. So congratulations to that. Argentina is currently playing right now in the World Cup. I'm set on there's been so much smoke and there's been so much maneuvering and so much posturing. So much of the ACUF stuff, though, while I don't believe the Kings wanted as much to get out as what got out. And also,
you mean about their love for ACUF?
I think, well, let's put it this way. I think there's a lot of assumptions being made that when people in this city get information, it's coming from the Kings. That's not always the case.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people assume
so it snuck out.
That when all this ACUF stuff was coming out, it was the Kings signaling to everybody how much they really, really want ACUF. I don't believe, that I can speak for myself. That wasn't always the case. However, it's fitting that House of the Dragon is about to come out. The draft is like Game of Thrones. It's a game. It is a game. And Scott Perry has played this game before, and I think he's playing this game masterfully, and it's not the first time he's done it in Sacramento. We'll talk about that at 11 o'clock. We'll take the break now because coming up next, it's a Monday, which means Q&K with Kayla Anderson. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Raymond Woodland. Chad, I got a question. What's happening for Chryslers Make This the summer event?
Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on those hard-to-find new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. Plus, you can take advantage of available 5.9% for 84 months financing with no payments for 90 days on select inventory.
Chad, you've always got the best selection of Rams and now the best interest rates.
We are truck people at Hoblet. That's why we have over 600 new Rams available. And more importantly, the hard-to-find Rams you're looking for. That means your new Ram is waiting at HobletDodge.com.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now unbeatable interest rates. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $10,500 dealer discount. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit for eligible upfit, 1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in. 10th net savings, see dealer for details.
The stars align in West Sacramento as the A's go head-to-head with the Los Angeles Dodgers for a spectacular summer series starting Monday, June 29th. Celebrate the start of the holiday week with an action-packed series. Be there to witness one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the season. Get your tickets now at athletics.com/tickets. That's athletics.com/tickets.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's time for Q&K. Kayla's got questions. We've got answers. It's Q&K on Matt and Kayla.
Q&K on the eve of the NBA draft. I don't know if Q&K is draft related today. That's up to Kayla Anderson. And here she is. Kayla, take it away.
Yeah, I could have thrown everyone for a curveball and just, brought up something
baseball.
random. But I'm not going to do that on draft week. It's just not my style. What I will say is I am going to do a little bit of reminiscing and trying to change history, though, because that's what makes everything fun on this show. What ifs? What ifs? Because hopefully we are not talking about what if after they draft whoever you might want at number 7 this year.
Yep.
Or trade up or trade down, because we do not know for sure. So I will ask you and Anthony and all of the listeners out there, if there were just one draft in Kings history that you could go back to.
Oh, God.
And pick the guy you should have picked.
Oh, God.
Because it would have then maybe changed what happened in the future of the Kings. Who would that have been? When would that have been? Put on them thinking caps, Kings fans.
So the obvious answer is Bagley Luka. That's the obvious answer. But that's not fun, even though that's probably the right answer. I have thought about this before.
But also think, too, maybe Luka wouldn't have stayed here long term.
Well, yeah.
That's
my thinking for Steph Curry. I've always thought about this. What if the Kings took Steph Curry instead of Tyreek Evans?
Mm-hmm.
But people forget, Steph Curry started his career with a lot of ankle injuries before he became Steph Curry. Now, I do not subscribe to the thinking that, man, a player would never have been as good in Sacramento because the Kings would have found a way to ruin them. I don't subscribe to that. I think that's just too doomer.
Too doom and gloom.
That's too wounded Kings fan thinking.
Right.
Like, I think Steph Curry would still be an amazing player had the Kings drafted him. But would he have been a dynasty in Sacramento the way he became a dynasty in Golden State? I don't necessarily know. I think my answer, just for the fun of it, because I'm really curious what it would have looked like, and he's never won really anything.
Okay.
If the Kings had taken Damian
I knew
Lillard
that's what you were
instead
going
of
to say.
Thomas Robinson,
Yep.
how different would that timeline have looked?
And we've got great participation here in the chat, but there is one of those.
They told him he was.
Yeah.
They promised him he was the pick, and then they backed out on it. Just what would it have looked like? What would the time? How would the timeline have played out? Another one, side note that I'll add to it. Actually, this honestly might be my answer. Instead of trading 10 for 15 and 20 in the Fox draft, taking either Bam or Donovan Mitchell. Take Donovan Mitchell. You've got your backcourt of the future of Fox and Mitchell. That's a really good backcourt. So maybe that route.
I like that.
I think
Anthony?
Damian Lillard is like a huge miss. I think that Portland fumbled their time with Damian Lillard so hard. And maybe, popular knowledge is probably that Sacramento would have too. But I just want to see what it would have looked like to have someone who grew up near here would probably have wanted to stay here long term.
I agree.
He wanted to come here.
Yep.
Because
he's a Bay Area guy.
Yeah.
He would have owned this city.
He would have loved it.
Owned it.
Yeah, I covered him in college in Big Sky, and like he just like watching him play in person at that, like even in the college level, he was so small, but it was like you were like, this guy is next level. Like he's going to be something.
Yeah.
You know?
And it would have been so nice to see a team around Damian Lillard in his prime that wasn't just like, here's
Damon
another small
Cousins?
guard. Yeah, exactly.
Damian Lillard and DeMarcus Cousins? Are you kidding me?
Like who, besides like early LaMarcus Aldridge, who was like the best big that like prime Damian Lillard had? Like, I guess Nurkic. Cousins was so much better. It would have been so much fun.
It would have been fun.
Yeah.
For
That
sure.
does suck.
We've got a lot of Stephen Lucas, obviously. Lillard's in here. We had Clay over Jimmer.
Just right away, if the Kings had taken Dame his rookie year instead of Thomas Robinson, they would have had Damian Lillard, Tyreek Evans, DeMarcus Cousins on their team. Marcus Thornton as well. Just even right away, that
would have
team
been
is
fun
a lot more
immediately.
interesting. And then Rudy Gay is coming to town soon.
I like your thought processes behind that, though, because what I was trying to hope, it's a tricky question because I think immediately the obvious comes to mind with some of these guys you would have drafted. But then again, some of these guys become too big for the market, or they're not from this area. They don't want to stay here. But I think that's why Dame is an interesting choice because he takes pride in this area, the Northern California area in general. You know, is from here. He probably would have stayed here longer.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're saying this. I don't buy it all of Vlade's recent excuse of not drafting Luka because he's too big for Sacramento. I don't buy that ish at all. I think that's nonsense. But
yeah, and maybe he wouldn't, and maybe he wouldn't have been.
Just because they're a star doesn't mean they were going to become a star in Sacramento,
right?
Or they would become it and then leave Sacramento, just like what Giannis is doing in Milwaukee right now. So you can't. You have to go down the rabbit hole of how these timelines would play out.
Yeah, not saying like I wouldn't have drafted him. I'm just saying.
No, I hear what you're saying. Exactly. I totally understand what you're saying.
Thinking all of the things that go into play.
Right.
I also think Kawhi's a good shout. Kawhi's like my favorite player of all time, but I don't think that Kawhi would have turned into Kawhi if he was in Sacramento. I think that a lot of that is the Spurs.
Yeah.
He was not Kawhi at
Mm-hmm.
first.
Just being in that organization and under Pops and stuff.
Yeah. A lot of people saying that Lillard had a lot of talent around him. I disagree.
In Portland?
I don't think Portland did well at all putting people around him.
I think Portland had good pieces, but they relied so heavily on that backcourt of Dame and CJ.
It was for them to win, they had to score like 40 each. It was that team. They could have been so much better.
They struggled to find a good front court piece to work with Dame for a very long time.
And then they were like, here's Norman Powell.
Yeah.
And
And by the way, props to Dame too, though, for like he embraced that city and embraced that organization for a very long time to try to do something. And that's not always easy to do in Portland either. I mean,
and he's back now.
Yeah, exactly.
God, I really think Fox and Donovan Mitchell, though, would have been insane. Because Donovan Mitchell, people forget, what Donovan Mitchell became in Utah, no one was expecting. So that doesn't mean he would have become that in Sacramento. But, I mean, Utah, Sacramento, it's not like the Spurs and the Kings, right? If the Kings had Donovan Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox, or even if they had gone Bam and De'Aaron because they played together at Kentucky, and now you have the point guard big man combo that you used years to try and figure out, that would have avoided a Tyrese Halliburton trade for Domas or picking Marvin Bagley because you're looking for a big man to pair Fox with. Like that's a good draft for the Kings because they got Fox, who ended up being one of the most successful draft picks the Kings have ever had. But it was a bad draft because they could have had so much more at 10.
I just want to have the conversation in 2 years that the Kings did the right thing and that it's helping actually lift them to a different stage in their
2
organization.
years. I want to have whoever they draft, I want them to see on the California Classic next week. I want them to come through the Classic and drop 40.
But we don't want it to be just a one hit, like quick.
Well, we already got that with Marvin Bagley. It was fun. Do it again.
I want a long-lasting effect.
They draft Darius Acuff, and he hits a game winner in the California Classic. Ooh! By the way, if whoever the Brooklyn Nets draft, they're going to be here in Sacramento too, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That'll be fun.
If the Nets were to go Acuff, he's coming to Sacramento immediately and just balls out.
That'll be really fun.
That'd be interesting too. We'll take the break. When we come back, let's dive into the draft. Keaton Wagler, Michael Brown Jr. backed out of or never did workouts with the Kings. Expectations are now they're in line to somehow go 5-6. I think Scott Perry is playing this pre-draft process perfectly to get his guy, and it's not the first time he's done this. We'll explain, plus TC, I see you on hold. We'll talk to TC about the draft when we come back. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
With the NBA draft just days away, Sactown Sports introduces the debut single from Alan Styles, Who the Kings Be Picking.
Is it Keaton? Is it Breakdown? Is it Akon? Is it Kingston? It ain't Deron. It ain't Wilson.
Hear the full track right now on the Sactown Sports YouTube channel or at SactownSports.com.
Who the Kings be picking? Who the Kings be picking?
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
My buddy dies, I show up to the funeral, open casket. We're still doing that? I've never understood open casket. I don't get it. It's like, you told me he was dead. I believed you.
From the Monday Morning Podcast, his hit film Old Dads, and his latest Grammy-nominated special on Hulu, comedian Bill Burr, coming to the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, July 25th, with all new material. Get tickets at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Bill Burr.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older? And you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
MoonPay X Games Sacramento 2026 is taking on Cal Expo this summer. Catch live music performances and more than 100 top skate, BMX, and Moto X athletes compete. June 26th through June 28th. Get your tickets now at xgames.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents it's local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
'Tis the eve of the NBA draft. What are the Sacramento Kings going to do? Well, we don't know, but we have good guesses, good ideas. I want to know how everybody else is feeling today. Like, how are you fully in Scott Perry we trust mode? Are you nervous about the potential? Like, I'm seeing people in the comment section. Of course, the discussion is heavily to do with Darius Acuff Jr. I've already seen some people talking about, like, is Perry just doing this because he knows his dad? I've seen people say, I'm worried that Darius Acuff Jr. is essentially the Jimmer Fredette pick all over again, like the shiny offensive weapon, which I think is crazy, by the way, to even say that. But I understand Sacramento Kings fans who just are programmed to expect the worst. I understand it.
Yeah.
But we need to have a little hope going into this draft, because this is the draft that will hopefully completely change the trajectory of where the Sacramento Kings are going. We need to have some kind of optimism.
I think you could do it with any player, because that's kind of how wounded some Kings fans, I'm not going to speak for everybody, some Kings fans feel, which is warranted. So I think you could really do it with any player. But because Acuff has really been the longest tied to Sacramento player that, at least I'm not going to speak for other shows, but we spoke about on this show since really towards the end of the regular season, even maybe mid-season. We've really talked a lot about Acuff. I think there's been a little bit of like tiredness in terms of Acuff too.
Fatigue.
And fatigue that maybe we've gone completely the opposite direction, and now just finding some ways to be like, this isn't the guy, even going from like taking away what he does the best in terms of his offense and really making that now like something against him too. Yeah. So I think it's just we're all fatigued with draft recaps and draft previews and analyzing where they might go. So I get it, but now we can just sit and wait and see what happens. Mm-hmm. And then we get to analyze it again.
Oh, yeah. And then once we actually know who the player is, then we can actually talk about like how that impacts the rest of things, the fit. Like if the Kings do draft Darius Acuff Jr., I guarantee you Scott Perry, who's going to do a press conference after the first round of the draft, or at least he is supposed to and usually does, will be asked, and I'm going to be there. If no one asks, I'll ask. Mm-hmm. How do you approach the defensive side of things? Because that's clearly a level of importance to the Kings that Acuff has a glaring weakness at. And if the Kings are drafting Acuff, they clearly feel that defensively they will be able to make it work, or that the defense is not so bad that it's going to take away from the offense. So like that's going to be part of the conversation, how they like a big part of the conversation too, is we're also talking about Zach LaVine today. Is, okay, if you draft Darius Acuff Jr., do you pair him with Zach LaVine in your backcourt? Because that backcourt gets buckets, but doesn't play a lick of defense. So, like, are you just okay for a year of just being terrible defensively on the perimeter, but you score a lot of points until Zach LaVine's off the books? Like, what do you do?
Well, that's also not a good thing in terms of what Doug Christie wants long-term here.
In theory,
and also that affects maybe his status, because he is also in a contract year. Mm-hmm. And he will be judged on some things.
Of course.
So, the defense, again, he preaches that heavily.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to fare well for him.
At noon, during our lunch break, so in about an hour, we'll talk about the potential of how Scott Perry and the Kings handle Zach LaVine if he does opt in to his player option, which we expect he's going to. And he has, I think it's the 29th. Is the day that he has to opt in to that contract. So he has to make a decision in the next week, essentially. We'll talk about that. I used the word threatened earlier, which I guess a lot of people in the comment section just didn't like, or made it over dramatic. The idea is the only thing that Scott Perry can do to influence in any type of way what Zach LaVine or Zach LaVine's decision is to be real with him and honest with him and brutal maybe with him, in the sense of, this is what the team's going to look like, and if you're going to be a part of it, this is it. If you're not going to be a part of it, hey man, go home.
I don't even think it's threatening. I think it's being exactly what you said, brutally honest with what the situation might be in terms of Zach LaVine and his playing time. This has nothing to do with trying to degrade the person that Zach LaVine is. It has everything to do with the fit on the roster next year and moving forward, the future. And it's just trying to get off of a heavy contract so that Scott Perry can get moving quickly on what he wants this roster to look like overall.
Yeah.
And so with LaVine, he's the fit that obviously isn't the fit right now. Yeah. And so being brutally honest, which I actually already think Scott Perry has been with Levine with a lot of things, just saying, hey, look, it could come down to we're not going to be able to give you as many minutes as you'd like, but you do have to also balance that with clutch and knowing that you don't want to make, him mad when it comes to future contracts that will be negotiated here.
Right.
It is a little bit of a balancing act, but I think honesty sometimes always the best thing to do, especially in the business world. I know it mixes with feelings and stuff, but at this point, I do kind of think Levine knows what it is. But for Scott, he just got to continue to be honest about it.
Yeah, the thing with Scott is Scott's not concerned about making friends. Scott's concerned about getting the job done, but doing it in a professional manner.
Yeah, you don't have to be a you-know-what about it.
And that's what he's, I think, done throughout this pre-draft process. Jake Fisher reported that Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown Jr., this is over the weekend, Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown Jr. have canceled their workouts with the Sacramento Kings. I wasn't aware that Michael Brown Jr. had a workout with the Kings. We knew about Keaton Wagler. And the sense is that both will be drafted in some order, in quotes, with the number 5 and number 6 picks. So now all of a sudden, the consensus is shifting. For weeks it was, there's no way Acuff's going to be there at 7. There's no way. And the Brooklyn Nets or the Los Angeles Clippers are going to try and leverage the Kings' interest in Darius Acuff to try and extract maximum value and hold them hostage. And now all of a sudden, the day before the draft, things are shifting to, no, it's going to be some combination of Wagler and Michael Brown Jr. at 5 or 6. We have no idea who's going where. Now, this doesn't mean this is, again, stuff is still being floated out there, so this doesn't mean this is finalized. I just think it's interesting how narratives shift so much and how the consensus is shifting, because now you look at the vast majority of mock drafts, it's Darius Acuff Jr. at 7.
Yeah, they've all kind of switched to that.
Again, that doesn't mean anything necessarily.
It's all not going to go according to plan either, by the way.
Right. What it points to is Scott Perry is playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
If Darius Acuff Jr. is there at 7, I am convinced the Kings are taking him. Convinced. I think they're doing it. I don't think Scott Perry ever wanted at all to have to use any sort of asset to move up. And a good general manager is going to do everything that they can to influence and to make sure that the prospect that they want is available to them, whether that's establishing a strong connection with that prospect, figuring out what other teams are doing, spreading information and sharing information, spreading and sharing misinformation. It's all a game that Scott Perry has played before. And the reason why I talk about it as confidently and emphasize it as much as I do is because even as an assistant general manager, Scott played this game in Sacramento. The De'Aaron Fox draft, Scott is all over the reason why Fox was there at 5 and wasn't taken by like the Phoenix Suns, for example, or other teams ahead of the Kings. Scott had a massive part to do with that. So if it happens, I think Scott deserves a lot of credit for how he's been able to navigate and maybe even manipulate the market.
I want to throw something out here because I'm very curious. And again, I'm speaking more so to our YouTube listeners because they can chime in, and you can always call in too if you want to the show and voice your opinion about this. But I'm very curious. The fact that we need a guard here, like that, a point guard, that's a fact.
Yeah.
There is a point guard needed here next season.
2 straight off seasons.
Okay? So there is going to be a move made, whether that be your future point guard long term, or maybe that's a point guard you trade for, you bring him in for a couple years, see if they're worthy of another contract, whatever. So I'm gonna give people out there, because there's a lot of people who are not in the Acuff camp, and that is totally fine, guys. Sure. But the fact is they do need a point guard. Mm-hmm. So would you rather them pick Darius Acuff Jr. at 7, or would you like some sort of a situation where eventually John Morant comes here and he is the point guard? Because I know those are 2 controversial situations, but you got to pick one. What do you do?
Question, why is Darius Acuff Jr. controversial?
I think a lot of people are out on the defense. They're
Sure.
completely out.
That's a hole in his game, but all these guys have holes in their game.
Right. But this is a lot of feedback we're getting
Of
and
course.
have been getting for the last few weeks.
I think a lot of people are scared. I think a lot of people are...
Of the small guard?
Yes. I think a lot of people are scared of any noticeable weakness, and Acuff has a noticeable weakness that, to be fair, is concerning. But I also think, and I'm a part of this too, so I'm not saying this from any kind of pedestal. Kayla's had to talk me off the ledge as a Kings fan multiple times in the short existence of this show. I think we as a fan base are wounded into just expecting the worst. And when talking about what I just laid out with Scott Perry, I put it out on social media this morning.
Yeah.
Again, it hasn't happened yet, but if Darius Acuff Jr. falls to 7 and the Kings select him, I think Scott has done a masterful job of navigating and doing what he needs to do to ultimately get his guy and make sure his guy is available. Because now you have Kevin O'Connor coming out and saying the things that we alluded to a month ago during the Combine, which is Acuff's camp wants to come to Sacramento. This is all part of the game. This is what we've been talking about for a month.
Right.
If it ultimately results in Scott Perry finding his guy or getting his guy at 7 and not having to spend an asset to go and get him, which everybody a week ago was saying the Kings are going to have to do, like that is a, in my opinion, big win and a big gold star on the resume of Scott Perry. But I'm surprised to see so many of the responses from Kings fans going, why are we giving him credit for what other teams do? Y'all, like, it's okay to have optimism and hope and excitement for whatever the Sacramento Kings do. I'm not a very big believer in the star potential of Kingston Flemings, but I've come around on the idea of Kingston Flemings would be a really, really good point guard for the Sacramento Kings, which is what they need. You can tell, like, I like the idea of Michael Brown Jr., even though I don't think he's been connected to the Kings at all because of the explosiveness. Like, there's things about all these prospects that I can be really excited about. And there's also things about all these prospects that we get nitpicky about. That's the point of the draft.
Right.
There's no perfect prospect, especially at 7. There's even problems with A.J. DeBonce's game and Darren Peterson's game, like we've talked about.
Yeah.
But, like, we don't have to immediately go to the doom and gloom of every single player.
Yeah.
We don't.
I just think, like, the small point guard thing is, like, nauseating.
We
and
just watched the
I get it,
finals.
you guys. Like, if I don't, look, is Acuff going to be Brunson? No one's going to be this other player to a T. I'd like him to be somewhat similar to a Brunson. I think that's what the hope is because he is a smaller guard.
Right.
And by the way, someone saying he's not as thick as Brunson up top, that's actually not true. He's a pretty big guy up top.
He's also 20 years old.
And his wingspan is big. And also the question about Ja, why did I bring up Ja? Because there has been things in terms of him being tied to Sacramento. This is something we've talked about for probably 3 months too.
Right.
So that's why I was bringing it up because it's two really kind of nobody wants to do it right now situations.
Throw another hat into the mix. What if it's tread water again and bring Russell Westbrook
and
back?
there's so there's maybe
It's the same thing.
There's 3 different things you could throw into there. I would just say I get it. People are going to have the people they want to take in the draft.
Right.
That's the fun part of the draft. People want their guy to be drafted here. That's the beauty of the draft process. But I think we've gotten to the point where I don't want it to be a fact tomorrow when they draft this guy. And if it is indeed the guy you don't want, that we're all just down and out. Because it should be a time to like celebrate whoever comes here and to give that young man a freaking chance to become something, you know, because again, that's what Scott Perry's trying to do. He's trying to change things here. So that's all I'm saying is like, I know people are probably going to be mad if it's the guy they don't get.
Sure.
But just, you know, breathe, let it. I'm not going to be mad if Kingston comes here.
Listen.
He's not my guy, but I'm not going to be mad about it.
The question you have to ask yourself, like the player matters, but in reality, the player doesn't matter in this conversation. Do you trust Scott Perry or do you not?
Well, I have to at this point.
Right.
If I don't, then what are we doing?
Exactly. So
what are we doing?
You're either like, and I'm not telling anybody how to fan. You feel however you want to feel. You are more than justified to not have trust and faith in this organization. I 100% understand that. I believe in what Scott Perry's doing. I've seen how Scott Perry has played this game before. I've seen how Scott Perry is playing the game now, which is why I'm already lining up to give him the credit if Acuff ends up being there at 7.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because, he just fell because nobody wants him. No, Scott has played this game for months to ultimately land his guy. If that's what ends up happening, like, do you trust Scott Perry or do you not?
Mm.
And, I mean, if you don't want to go off of their track record, because Scott, I think, is the most established general manager that the Sacramento Kings have had, period, in the Vivek Ranadive era. If you don't want to go off of that, I guess that's fine. The last draft he did, while he didn't have a lottery pick, last draft he had a really, really, really good draft for the Kings. Really good. Nick Clifford's still a question mark. Maxime Reynaud was a home run for them in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you trust him or do you not? Because if he likes Darius Acuff Jr., it's not, I know we're wounded by Vlade Divac and Luka's dad. Take that out of the equation. Or Yorgos Papianis. Take that out of the equation. That's a unestablished, he didn't have inexperienced general manager in Vlade Divac.
Yeah.
Scott Perry's been doing this for decades. Like, listen, he's had some misses too. Everybody has misses in the draft. Kevin Knox in New York was a miss for sure for him. So there's no guarantee that he's going to do everything perfectly. Again, I just asked the question, do you trust Scott Perry or do you not? I do trust Scott Perry. So if he takes Kingston Flemings, especially if he takes Kingston over Darius Acuff Jr., that'll say a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean,
trust him or don't.
Exactly. And look, I've been very, very, to the fact when I arrived here that I do not tell people how to fan.
Sure.
Because I've been in a lot of markets. I know how that works in terms of fans going to be who they are in terms of how their organization has been run. And I totally get that. All I'm saying is give the young man a chance. You don't have to trust your GM right now. Give the young man, whoever they draft, a chance. Because he's going to be a part of your organization.
I don't think I'm personally not really worried about that because I know Kings fans.
But
I think people are going to react.
There is a lot of negativity right now.
But I think as soon as Darius Acuff Jr.
in a time we should be excited.
If he came across and put on a Kings draft hat, I guarantee you, I think most people would, while they're going to be, I hope that was the right pick, or I don't know if that was the right pick, I would have done something different. I think Kings fans, as soon as they come here, are going to support him and look at him as like, you are our hope. We have to put our hope in you and Maxime Reynaud and these young guys.
I just get it. It's a little bit of a weird time.
Yep, it's a lot because
there's a lot of trust being had.
A lot is on the line. Let's go to the phone lines. We'll start with TC. What up, TC?
Hey, man, excited. Kayla and Matt, what's going on?
What's up, TC?
Hey, man, just vibing. Listen, I got a couple things. So, first, the draft. To answer that question, if the one I want to go back on, I think it was a 2023 draft, right? When we did the weird stuff like traded, we have to pick it. We traded it to Dallas with our boy, what was my boy? I got his autograph too.
Rashawn Holmes.
No, that was stupid. I was like, Monty, why didn't you just draft somebody? That was a dumb move. Everybody wants to go back to the Luka one. Bro, listen, everybody seems to forget about we wanted a big man, and Bagley was kind of like a dude in Duke coming out. So everybody seems to forget about that.
Right.
So Kings fans, think about that. Scott Perry and BJ are going to work this draft. We're going to be excited after tomorrow. You guys show tomorrow, Kayla and Matt, we're going to be excited about how did the Kings get 2 first-round picks, and all 3 of the guys they picked, 2 first-round picks and second-round pick, they hit, and they're all studs. We're going to be excited tomorrow. Buckle up, guys. Get ready.
TC, I love the optimism.
Nice,
Appreciate
TC.
you making the call. Let's go to Tim. What up, Tim?
Yeah, hello. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, quick question for you two. You mentioned that we should have less playing time for our veterans and more for the young guys. And I look at Max and I look at Nick, and I see in the best case, best world scenario, they are backups on a good team.
Yeah.
So now, what's the point of watching them, whether they get 18 minutes or 32 minutes, isn't going to change the fact that their ceiling is a backup on a good team.
Tim, I appreciate the question. Here would be my response to it. Really, I'm not dropping you. Don't worry, Tim. I'm just going to answer that first part really quick. In my mind, you're building upon the momentum of what you ended last season with. And the Sacramento Kings made it very clear they were going to prioritize the development of those players over losing basketball games and improve draft lottery odds last year. So why would you then hamstring your own move or your own choice to prioritize their development by burying them behind 2 veterans or 3 veterans in the case of Sabonis, Levine, and DeRozan, who I believe all 3 of them are still here. All 3 of them are still going to get playing time, but you don't want to bury Maxime Reynaud behind 35 minutes of Domantas Sabonis to a glorified backup role when you sacrificed draft lottery odds to give him starting minutes to try and get him to win basketball games. It just, to me, you're just tripping over your own feet. I don't know if that makes sense, Tim, but I think next season should be about continuing to see what you have. But I agree with you. I think Maxime Reynaud is projected to be, in his career, probably a really good backup center. Maybe Neat Clifford turns into a really good rotational piece. But we don't know, and you want to give them the opportunity to show if they can be more.
Okay, I mean, fair enough, but all that time we're losing games where we could be winning games, and the fans are going to, not be there. But
Tim, I will say this though, Tim, but we were losing games with the veterans playing heavy minutes. The Kings were terrible with the veterans playing heavy minutes. But I get your point.
But there were injuries,
sure,
right?
Sure.
Just another thought I had is, if we would have got Luka. I don't know how many fans out there can stand watching him play with his whiny and his ball hogging and all that, but. I mean, Jesus, I think the bigger problem was when we didn't get Karl Malone and we got Joe Klein. You go way, way back. We could have had Stockton after that. But I just personally wouldn't have been able to. I can't watch Luka play basketball. I can't look at the grin. I can't look at the whining. I can't look at any of it.
Tim, appreciate the call.
I love it.
I can relate. I can't stand watching Luka, but you best believe if the Kings had drafted him, I would have found a way to put up with it.
That's funny. Yeah, it's a hard one now too, Tim, when it comes to, I understand your thought process behind, you have to play your vets too, because we all now know the draft lottery is going to make it funkier in terms of like winning games. We don't necessarily have that luxury of just being a bad team.
Yeah.
Because now it means something to be in the middle.
Right.
And to be a play-in
But that's
team.
what the Kings want.
Right.
They were doing it before it was cool.
I think it's more so finding a happy medium with minutes, guys, more than it is like we're not saying just don't give these guys any minutes. It's finding a way to make it both work together.
Yeah, and that's a big part of the Zach LaVine conversation.
It is.
Because I have a hard time believing, again, we talk about the word threatened. I have a hard time believing that the Sacramento Kings would keep Zach LaVine around and then just go, stay home, don't show up. I just don't believe that.
No, I don't
makes any sense.
I don't see this organization doing that.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. Let's go back to the phones. Ashley calling in on the eve of the draft. What up, Ashley?
Hello. I just wanted to kind of touch on what you guys were talking about as far as A-Cup and if he did throw on a jersey, kind of what Kings fans would feel about that. Personally, I think that I would be okay with it. He is my guy that kind of in our range that I'd want. But even if he wasn't, I'm on Matt's side. I would accept the pick, and I'd say, I don't know how it's going to go, but I just got to be optimistic because I'm writing it off as soon as we make the pick. I mean, at that point, can I even really call myself a fan,
I guess. I hear what you're saying, Ashley. Appreciate the call. I wouldn't go as far as to say if you don't like the pick, you're not a fan. I think that's a little extreme.
You might grow. That might grow on you.
It's your choice is, are you going to have hope and optimism for the future, or are you not right now? And that doesn't mean, a lot of people might not like the pick, but they're still going to watch Game 1 as soon as it comes on, or the California Classic, and maybe then A-Cuff or whoever starts to win them over and bring them back in. You don't owe blind loyalty and obligation to a fan or to an organization. If they have to win you back, I understand that completely right now. But others choose to, whoever the Kings pick, and this is how I feel, whoever the Kings pick, I'm tired of being negative about everything. I'm going to put my hope into that young man is going to be better than De'Aaron Fox, better than DeMarcus Cousins, the future of this Kings organization, and the foundational piece to 5 years from now when the Kings are the perennial playoff team. It's largely because of what happens tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
That's all I can do.
That's all I care about. In terms of if they got Kingston, or if they got somebody I didn't really even want, I'd at least give him a chance. I don't care about the organization in terms of what I think about them right now. I would just be like, hey, I'm going to support this guy because if not, he's going to be bad. I want him to be good.
Right.
Like, I want this guy to contribute.
We'll take the break. I got my World Cup date coming for you next. But before that, Sal, I see you on hold. We'll get to Sal. The phone lines are open all day long. 916-339-1140. You can text in there as well. Jump in the YouTube comment section. Shout out to everybody that's over there. It's an exciting time. It's nerve-wracking. It's scary. But it's the draft, baby. It's almost here. And you're listening to Sactown Sports.
When it comes to life advice, Carmichael Dave is here to share some words of wisdom, like preparing for the unexpected.
Always carry a complete change of clothes and a pair of shoes in a duffel bag in your trunk.
For robbing banks?
No, for emergencies.
Public etiquette.
When I go to a concert, I don't want to hear you singing. I want to hear them singing.
And most importantly,
don't be a bad person.
Don't be a bad person. Just don't be a bad person.
It's that simple.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
We've seen every kind of golf swing, some smooth, some, let's just say, innovative. And that's why Hagen Oaks offers Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan-powered player performance studio shows what your swing is really doing. Ping's Ball-Nemic Ball Fitter finds a ball that behaves. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps turn almost into yes. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner builds stability from the ground up. At Hagen Oaks, we don't judge your game, we fix it. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing a scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
It's time for your Sactown Soccer Report. Powered by Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District.
This week's key matches include Jordan versus Algeria, England versus Ghana, Switzerland versus Canada, Turkey versus USA, Norway versus France, and Panama versus England.
In soccer, defense wins championships. At home, defense stops mosquitoes. Train standing water. That's your backline. Dress with sleeves and defend with repellent. That's your keeper. Keep your doors and screens tight. That's your shutout. Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District. More tips at fightthebite.net. $10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Got to get to our World Cup date here in just a second, but our friend from CBS 13 here in Sacramento, Jake Gayden, is at the draft, and he just spoke with Darius Acuff Jr. Got the chance to ask Acuff a few questions, including stuff about Scott Perry, the Kings, and his workout with the Kings. Let's take a listen. Here's Darius Acuff Jr. with Jake Gayden.
It was a great workout. Just meeting with them. It's a great staff, great team for sure.
And then, does that connection with your dad and Terry mean anything, do you think, heading into draft night?
No, like I said, I'm looking forward to any team I go to. I'm not just focused on one team for sure. So any team I'm good with.
Darius, how would you describe just like those workouts in general, getting to be one-on-one with the general managers of different teams? How would you describe that experience overall, meeting with multiple?
Yeah, it's great. It's great just learning from them. They've been around the game for so long, so just being around those guys all day is definitely great.
Darius, if you could cue up one song when you get drafted.
All right, we'll cut out there. We don't care about his song when he's drafted.
I wanted to hear it. What was his song? What?
All right, fine. Play it.
What do you mean? Don't give me that eye roll.
Let's hear what
What's
song
the song?
Darius
That says a
Acuff
lot.
Jr. wants to know when he's
I
drafted.
give you artists, Babyface Ray and Fotu Dub, something by them, I would say probably. Yeah.
Look at that. Larby.
Now I don't want the
Well,
Kings to draft him.
Why?
Because
You
they
don't like
music
Babyface?
choice. No, I have no idea. Overreacting. Darius Acuff Jr. is playing it the way he's supposed to. I'm happy with whatever team drafts me. He's not going to go, I want to go to the Kings and screw everybody else. He's not going to say anything like that necessarily. So he very much, you can clearly hear him kind of dismiss the connection between Scott Perry and his dad. I know he's talked about that at different times on different podcasts over the course of this, especially with Draymond Green. He discussed it with Draymond. Not surprised by anything that Darius Acuff Jr. said there. But there is Acuff from his media availability with CBS 13's Jake Gayden, who's there at the draft.
What I picked up from Acuff, because I think when we hear Kingston, and I know a lot of people have watched Kingston Fleming's interviews, and I know that Jake Gayden also got Kingston up in, I believe, New York, right?
Yes.
Right now. Kingston's a lot more like from the get-go, he's a little bit more charismatic.
Yeah, he's bubbly.
Okay? That's nothing bad, though, to say about Acuff, because I think Acuff is one of those, once you get Acuff where he's going, he's I believe he's a very loyal, he's kind of like a Brunson personality. He's very loyal. Once you get to know him and you open him up a little and he gets to trust people, I think the more we're going to get eventually if he does come here, more of that personality. But I think some people, too, have taken that maybe the wrong way of like, oh, he doesn't really say anything. Kind of part of the process for some of these guys, too. They're just not going to say much because they've been coached to kind of do that throughout the draft.
Well, I mean, Acuff talked about his defensive preferences with Draymond Green, and he got destroyed for it for some reason. So it's like, what do you want? You want these guys to be candid? When they are, then you bash what they say. Which, by the way, this is a rabbit hole that I'm not necessarily going to go down, but I remember hearing the Drive guys, Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles, talking about this. When that clip came out about Acuff talking about defensively, like he wants to guard his matchup, not guard other matchups, people interpreted it the way that I did, which is like he's competitive and he wants to go one-on-one with whatever guard is guarding him. Other people interpreted it as he's going to refuse to listen to a coach who tells him to defend the two or defend off ball or whatever. No matter what, like, I don't know why, and this is just in our world in general, why we prioritize someone's interpretation over someone's intention.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is whatever Darius Acuff Jr. meant by what he said carries more weight to me than how somebody who whether they had a preconceived bias or just was reacting to that, how they interpret what you say. If Kayla Anderson says something and she means something, but the way she articulates it, I interpret it a different way, my interpretation is not more correct than her intention. And I don't understand this. This happens a lot in media, as you know.
Yeah.
I do not understand why we play this game so much. And I'm using Darius Acuff Jr. as an example, but all these young men, and these are athletes in general. This happens to me as a media member. When these athletes say things and provide the transparency that we crave and we ask for and we demand, instead of saying the same cookie cutter things that we'll criticize, it's boring anyway. When they say things and we interpret it a certain way, we put more value into our interpretation than what they're actually saying.
That's a good point.
I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and man, as it said, Acuff is definitely a Detroit kid. That's why I love that, like, toughness. I don't know, like, everybody's raised different. Everybody is, all these players are different in terms of their personalities. I think you just have to give them a chance to interpret that in their own way, like you said. I think that was very well said, though.
Sal, I see you on hold. We'll get you in just a second. Let's really quickly go through our World Cup date, and then we can get back into
Matt's got to get to his cup date, baby.
Hey, we just got to get through it, because if y'all didn't see,
there was a lot going on.
Team USA beat Australia 2-0 in Seattle on Friday. I'll give Kayla credit.
Yeah, I told you.
She thought that Seattle atmosphere would be better than what it was in LA. Well, I don't know how to compare the two necessarily, but I will say this. After a 2-0 victory, by the way, the second goal USA scored was after VAR. And the pop when the crowd learned that the goal was going to count and was not disallowed was awesome. Because initially it was not called a goal. It was called offsides. That pop was awesome. The entire crowd sang Country Roads by John Denver after the win, which was really, really cool. But check this out. This is the first time USA has won consecutive World Cup matches since 1930.
Okay, that's freaking crazy.
Isn't it?
By the way, the most goals they've scored in this short amount of time in terms of games.
They are killing it. By the way, they have clinched a spot in the knockout round. And check this out, y'all. According to Yahoo Sports, USA's round of 32 game will be on July 1st in Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium.
Let's go.
Team USA coming to Levi's Stadium,
awesome.
according to Yahoo. So that's going to be really exciting. Good luck getting that ticket. Brazil, they bounced back. They were very impressive with their 3-0 shutout victory over Haiti. Netherlands dominated Sweden over the weekend 5-1. Germany locked up Group E with a 2-1 victory over Ivory Coast. Spain, we talked about Spain.
Yep.
They didn't score in their first game. How pissed off would they be? Well, sorry, Saudi Arabia. Spain demolished them 4-0.
I think I said there was going to be at least 4 goals.
Yeah, we knew it was coming.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Egypt fans. They stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning over there in Egypt to watch Mo Salah score a goal as Egypt defeated New Zealand 3-1. Matches today, we have Argentina versus Austria going on right now at AT&T Stadium. Lionel Messi scored his 17th goal, which makes him the all-time leader for goals in the World Cup, period. He's the GOAT. Plus, in Philadelphia today, we have France versus Iraq. And Kayla, you're going to be locked into Norway versus Senegal at MetLife Stadium.
Let's go.
But by the way, have you heard?
Nah.
Everybody's complaining about the playing surface at MetLife Stadium. And MetLife Stadium.
But I thought they had fixed this.
Well, they put different grass in, but they put it over concrete, and people are complaining about the grass, complaining about how the ball or how the game plays, like how slow it is,
Holy crap.
complaining about like it's rough on players' muscles because they're stepping essentially through grass onto concrete.
I bet especially these football players, because they're so particular in their what is it? It's not grass really. It's called
the pitch.
The pitch, yeah. They're particular.
Very much
Very
so.
particular.
By the way, MetLife Stadium is going to be where the final is played. So
maybe they need to bulldoze down
just
MetLife and just
hire a new groundskeeper.
Let's do it.
Right?
Get rid of it.
There's always complaints about something.
No one likes it.
No.
There you go. That's your World Cup date. Now, let's get to Sal. Sal, we appreciate you holding on and wants to talk on this NBA draft eve. What up, Sal?
What is going on, bull down does? We're all mixed up out here, aren't we? And I think there's a little bit of a systemic mix-up in all of Sacramento and the Kings. I don't mean to be hard on the young lady. I like listening to you guys, but it's really a microscopic little excerpt of what Sacramento's going through. We're mixed up. We do things kind of mixed up out here. I don't know if it's the heat, the water, the river. I have no idea. I'm excited for the draft. I've been riding with the Kings since, 87, 88-ish. And it's been a long, arduous journey. I think there's a systemic issue with the Sacramento Kings. I think it starts from the top. I think we gave Fox away. We should have sat him I believe that we should have sat him on the bench, let him have his surgery, just let him sit there, and then trade him when we had to where the Kings would actually prosper, not to where he wants to go. And that brings me to my second point. I'm kind of impressed with Perry on how he got into the first round, how we got the big boy, the French kid.
Maxime
I think he shows. I think he shows a desire to learn. He shows a desire to lead, and he also shows the biggest thing is the desire to play defense and help side defense. We can get Acuff, which would be nice. I don't think he's better than Fox right now. He has his roof. The ceiling may be higher. I think we're not going to know until 2 to 3 years down the road, and it all comes down to the mentality and the mindset in which you approach the game. I mean, we use the same basketball, same shoes, and even the same plays. It has nothing to do with talent. Everybody's talented. It has nothing to do with information. It has to do with the way you approach the game.
Sal, I appreciate the call. Lot of stuff said there. I do understand what he's talking about when he thinks that there's a problem at the top. He's talking about ownership. I think there are a lot of people that do feel that way, that nothing's going to change until there's a change in ownership, which that's just, there's no reason to believe that's ever going to happen. I do believe, though, that Scott Perry is different. Scott Perry has been different. And a lot of people are just going to call this wishful thinking. A lot of people are just going to call this blind optimism. A lot of people are going to call this copium. That's totally fine. Like, if that's how you feel, again, that's how you feel. And if you're not going to believe it till you see it, a large part of me does not blame you. Scott Perry is very, very different from any of the other general managers and front office members that the Sacramento Kings have had, period, since Jeff Petrie. He's completely different. And all indications, whether you want to believe them or not, all we can do is share with you the information that we have. And all indications that I've received and that others have received are that this is Scott Perry's team. Scott Perry is in complete control. Scott Perry is not being influenced by what the owner wants. Scott's going to do what he thinks is best. And Scott is also not just going to get here and settle for this is the way it's always been. So we're not a free agency destination, so I'm not going to go after free agents. That Scott is different. He operates different. I'm choosing to have faith in that. Yeah. We'll see if it works.
One thing I'll say that I did agree at the end was I think that then you can feel comfortable and confident that because of all that stuff you just said about Scott Perry, he is probably, you can trust this, he's going to take a guy who comes in with that mentality of like what he just said. Mm-hmm. It's partly skill, but it is also partly what your mindset is. Yep. And that is a guy, I think, in both Kingston and in Acuff in terms of what they could bring.
We got Pick a Side coming up next. Serena Williams competing as a single at Wimbledon. Plus, the crowd reaction at the end of the U.S. Open, getting a lot of attention today. We'll talk about it. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
When it comes to life advice, Carmichael Dave is here to share some words of wisdom, like preparing for the unexpected.
Always carry a complete change of clothes and a pair of shoes in a duffel bag in your trunk.
For robbing banks?
No, for emergencies.
Public etiquette.
When I go to a concert, I don't want to hear you singing. I want to hear them singing.
And most importantly,
don't be a bad person.
Don't be a bad person. Just don't be a bad person.
It's that simple.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Whoa. Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the cash that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell us what's happening for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event.
Kick summer off right when you save up to $9,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Altitudes. You won't find a better looking, more powerful, and comfortable Jeep on the road. There's nothing like moving the family around in luxury.
Yeah, those Jeeps look real nice inside and out.
It's beautiful, but Hoblet is more than Jeeps. Stop by the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter to find whatever you need. With nearly 200 vehicles available and 115 under $30,000, Hoblet needs to be your first stop.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$9,500 toll net savings on select new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Altitude. Up to $5,500 factory incentive and $4,000 dealer discount. Incentives include $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in and $2,000 Make This the Summer event retail cash. 3 of this net savings. Sample VIN 243062. See dealer for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack and a $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Mark your calendars because MoonPay X Games Sacramento 2026 is landing at Cal Expo June 26th through 28th. Witness nearly 100 of the world's best athletes compete in skate, BMX, and Moto X events and catch live music performances by global electronic music icon Cascade on Friday night and Grammy-winning producer and artist Mustard and electronic music producer and DJ Subtronics on Saturday night. Don't miss MoonPay X Games. Lock in your tickets now at xgames.com.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
Before we get to pick a side, a little bit of breaking news out of the NBA from Shams Charania of ESPN. Breaking.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
Trae Young intends to sign a 4-year, approximately $212 million deal to stay with the Washington Wizards. With a player option in year 4, the 4-time NBA All-Star declined his $49 million player option for a long-term commitment ahead of free agency. See, all that's why he declined his option.
Well, there was all these people going, well, where's he going now?
No, it's because he knew a new deal was coming. And there's not a new deal coming for Zach LaVine from the Sacramento Kings. So, different circumstance. But, wow. Well, the Wizards just gave Trae Young the bag. We'll see how he works out there with whoever they select with the number 1 overall pick. Anthony Davis is still there. We'll see.
I mean, will he be? Probably not. Where in the world is Anthony Davis?
Where will he end up, more like? I don't think he's playing for Washington, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. It's time for Pick a Side. We got our guy Anthony with us today in for Kyle. What up, Anthony?
How's it going?
You ready?
I am ready. Serena Williams will compete in Wimbledon as a wild card in the singles event. Will she make it to the finals?
No. She won't.
No optimism there, Matt.
No, I don't think,
optimism
no,
for the
she's been out the game.
The young
She's going
woman.
against the world's best. No, she's not going to. If she did, it would be amazing, and I'm rooting for it.
Would that be like the best story of all time?
Ugh, I don't know. It'd be up there.
I think it'd be up there.
Definitely be up there. I'm rooting for her, though. That would be insane. I
It'd
would
be really
love that.
impressive.
It would be.
I don't think she's going to do it either, though.
Here's what I hope. I just hope she doesn't get like bounced immediately. Like she just doesn't get her butt kicked.
What do you? But let me back up a minute.
Yeah, back up.
Let me say this. In the mind of what an athlete thinks,
Yeah.
there ain't no way she's going into this thing thinking, I'm just doing it to be like, hey, I'm
course not.
like she's literally thinking,
I'm kicking ass.
I'm doing this. Like I'm going to get to the championship.
Of course.
And that's what she's thinking.
Of course.
So I never ever want to say there's no way in hell that she couldn't make it.
Well, that's
But
true.
I think at this point of her career, unless she's been doing some crazy things behind the scenes that we don't know about in terms of what she is and
Right.
maybe aging backwards, which, by the way, there's plenty of stuff out there. I don't see her getting to that point. Now, can she win a couple?
Sure.
I think so.
Yeah, she's 44 years old, but she'd a GOAT for a reason.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I will be watching, and you guys know me if you listen to the show. I'm not the biggest tennis fan.
Not me
I
either.
will be watching this.
Oh, yes.
I
will
will
be
be.
paying close attention to what Serena Williams does. I hope she gets some wins. I don't want to see her get bounced really quickly in it. Like, you never want to see your heroes and the GOATs come back and try one more time and then just like, oh.
Right.
We just want to avoid that letdown. But the fact that she's competing and she's Serena freaking Williams, I'm in. I'm very excited about it.
Are you?
I mean, I'm not the biggest tennis fan, but I
Yeah.
think it's cool that she's coming back. She's well out of the age range of being in her prime.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what she can do, especially with her reputation.
Mhm.
And I'm sure, like you said, she's not coming back if she didn't think that she could
No.
win it.
No. Wish I had that mindset.
Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open, but receives a lot of boos.
Mhm.
Was this a bad look for the U.S. fans?
Yeah, let me chime in on this. I know there are a lot of villains in every sport.
Uh-huh.
Golf, it's weird. Golf's such an individual sport. I think it's easier to find villains in golf. I think for a long time, Bryson DeChambeau was a villain. And then a lot of people started to like him. Even Rory McIlroy, in a way, can be a
He's
villain.
definitely a villain.
To some,
Oh
right?
my God, he is.
I mean, I don't like Dustin Johnson. There's always reasons for why fans don't like certain golfers because they are more individuals. However, this is the U.S. Open. It's a very tough tournament to win, first and foremost, because of the links course. But Wyndham Clark, I know he kind of shows sometimes that feistiness on the course, and he kind of is brash sometimes.
Uh-huh.
But to get booed when you win a championship, look, I don't even think I would do that to somebody I didn't like. That's a big deal, especially the U.S. Open. It was Father's Day. I think it actually is a bad look for the gallery and for the, people that were out there.
So, tradition around golf and golf etiquette is drastically changing right now because the game is becoming much more mainstream. And whether it's bro golf culture, which Bryson DeChambeau definitely ushered in, COVID-19 opened up golf to a lot of people, myself included. Now I don't go out there slamming beers and blasting music with my bros, but I know a lot of people like to do that, and that's totally fine.
Right.
I am like you. I don't think I would ever do that after winning a freaking U.S.
Yeah,
Open.
he just
After
wins. He just won it.
I would not do that. I don't have any issue though with anybody who does. That's just me personally. I don't know. I think fans,
I don't like
if
it.
you're getting a reaction,
Especially
people-
if it's the U.S.
Why? Who cares?
Because.
It's like the Ryder Cup. People talk ish during the Ryder Cup. It's, to me, if you're getting a reaction.
But a Ryder Cup is a country against another.
Right.
This is like the U.S. It's like that's a U.S. guy who won it, which is even cooler because it wasn't,
I think it would look worse for them to boo If Rory had won it and they boo Rory for not being American versus booing an American for winning.
But that's where, like, I think some of the the feistiness can come into, like,
well, sure.
Oh, you're not our guy.
But I mean, I think people are reacting to him because of who he is as a golfer and who he is as an athlete, which I think is good for the sport. It makes it polarizing. It makes it interesting. So I kind of like it. I think it adds an element to things. It adds kind of a fire. Now, if people were saying things that were abusive or crossing a line, which, like, Rory will go back and forth with fans for booing him and things of that nature. But Rory will straight get guys kicked out who say bad. There's a viral video of someone dropping a slur about Rory and what he was dressing, and Rory singled him out and gets him kicked out. Like, there's a difference between that and booing a guy for winning an event when the guy's not the most popular or not the most liked. So I don't have issues with booing in general. I wouldn't do it because that's a massive accomplishment. I don't think it's a bad look on USA fans, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't happen a lot, so it just doesn't look good.
It's definitely different. It was noticeable.
Yeah.
Why is he so disliked?
It's not really a thing. I mean, he's kind of like
he's
vocal.
Fiery.
He's vocal, but who cares? Like Jordan Spieth, I've covered Jordan Spieth a big chunk of his career. Jordan Spieth says so much out there when he's golfing. He's fiery too, in his own way. But people didn't do that to him. I think people just want a villain so badly.
Wyndham, didn't he have an incident where he like destroyed a locker or something?
Yeah,
like that?
That happens all the time in other sports. Honestly,
I
that doesn't bother me.
I don't know.
It doesn't bother me either.
I like Wyndham Clark, so maybe I'm being like the protective mom here. I actually like him, and he's kind of had a crazy like background in terms of what he, how he arrived here and everything in terms of his stardom. But
as long as things weren't abusive, I'm good with it. And it didn't seem like Wyndham had an issue with it, unless I missed something.
I just think like when you do something like that and it's that big of an accomplishment and it's on Father's Day. I know his dad flew in last minute, took a red eye.
Love that.
I mean, celebrate that. You guys are spending your money to go watch all of this. Like, I know it's your right to do what you want, but you could have booed anywhere else along the tournament. But when it's all said and done, he won it. That's all I'm saying.
That man is counting the check. I don't think, or counting every decimal point on that check. I think he's doing just fine. Good for Wyndham Clark. It was a really cool story.
Don't boo him.
Really cool story that his dad flew into. Love that. Coming up next, it's lunch break time. I know some people, I hope he's still here. Logical Raptors fanatic is still here. Some people had issue with, at the beginning of the show, we were talking about Zach LaVine and how Scott Perry handles the Zach LaVine situation. People had issue with the word threatened. Let's go into detail about what that means and what is a threat that Scott Perry could tell Zach about what things would be like here if he stays versus what is like reality and truth. And also, what does the best of both worlds look like? We'll talk about that in regards to Zach LaVine and how the different draft picks, whether it's Acuff or Flemings or whoever, could impact how the Kings use Zach LaVine. That's all coming up next during our lunch break here on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect! Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too! Incredible! What a finish! Sensational combination! Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
As we roll into summer, there's a new opportunity for you to get a new truck at a great monthly payment at Folsom Chevrolet. At Folsom Chevy, they're now offering 0% financing for 5 years on every new 2026 Silverado half-ton in stock. 0% financing on a 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, LT, RST, High Country, you name it. Together, let's drive. Must finance with GM on approved credit, $16.67 per 1,000 finance. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends July 7, 2026.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
Lionel Messi's the freaking GOAT, man. God, he's good. Just scored another goal. That's now 18 goals in the World Cup, which, by the way, makes him number one in the world, like, period. Men, women, period. No one has scored more World Cup goals on this planet than Lionel Messi. Argentina is about to win 2-0 over Austria. He's insane. What a privilege we get to watch him. If this is it, well, he's going out with a bang, let me tell you. We still got so much more World Cup to go. Welcome into the lunch break. Now is your chance to get involved. Phone lines have been open all day long, and shout out to everybody who's called in to be a part of the show. It's the eve of the NBA draft, but also over the weekend, we got a little update-ish kind of report about Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Detroit Pistons could potentially be in the mix for landing Zach LaVine. Now, LaVine's name was brought up amidst a plethora of others. The number one, sounds like target or name connected to the Detroit Pistons right now is Tyler Hero.
Yep.
And in theory, the Pistons would be the third team in a 3-year Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, which, by the way, y'all, we're sitting and just waiting. Turn on your notifications for Sean's.
I know. I'm like, is it going to happen? He's on right now.
At any point.
I'm like, it's going to happen at any point, I feel like. Or tomorrow, like really early, or tonight, really late.
Could happen. It sounds like the Celtics are the leaders in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I think so.
The Celtics are the ones to get this across the board. Yep. And what I imagine the holdup might be is what they do with Jaylen Brown in terms of the net or the Bucks, and how they reroute Jaylen Brown. To me, that's probably what's holding this up.
Yeah.
I think the offer from the Heat has been known for a long time, and it sounds like Pat Riley is not going to sweeten the deal by just including absolutely everything. So,
oh, are you seeing this? So now it's not expected to include a third team. Did you see that? That's the latest from Shams. So, because we did say earlier we thought it might include a third team.
Right.
But it doesn't look like it will.
Well, that was the conversation, again, involving like Tyler Hero to the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
Kobe White was also brought up as a potential target for the Detroit Pistons. And then Zach LaVine's name was thrown in there by Jake Fisher and Mark Stein. And so we talked about this in the first segment. To recap it really quick, both of us are skeptical that this could get across the finish line in either scenario of the Kings outright trading his $49 million contract, assuming he picks up that option, which the deadline is a week from today, or 7 days, I think, 7-8 days from today. Or if the Kings were to, or if he were to decline his option, become a free agent, and then sign outright with the Pistons. Both of us are a little skeptical that he's going to end up in Detroit before the season starts.
Yeah, I think that that's just something, again, was there some interest? Definitely, probably, else that wouldn't be just out there randomly. That doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And could it happen down the road? Absolutely. I think we all know that the Pistons are looking to improve their scoring and to have some more secondary scoring, especially considering, like, I think they wasted a little bit of the postseason and they didn't get the production out of Duren. Like, they're probably going to look to tweak things. Mm-hmm. Because they are going to probably give Duren a contract extension. Yeah. So, but now how can we help this situation if we want to be contenders next year? Mm-hmm. So there's always a possibility, of course, that Zach could be a guy. Yeah. But it's got to work out and make sense for them too.
I think the Pistons make a lot of sense for a team to monitor to potentially acquire Zach LaVine at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Not necessarily right now. Yeah. That's just my gut feeling on the situation, my read on the situation. So over the weekend, after this news broke, or this report was out there, I did an episode of the Matt George podcast with Ku Cahill, my friend from the Detroit Pistons. And we talked about what this deal could look like, what he would expect, why the Pistons would have interest. And then the conversation took a turn that I was not expecting into kind of a conversation about what the Kings should do and how the Kings should handle LaVine currently, especially with his player option that Sam Amick says he's going to pick up. And why wouldn't he pick up, right? It's $49 million. Yeah. He's never going to get that again. And Ku Cahill essentially said on the podcast, like, I think Scott Perry should essentially, like, threaten him, and threaten is a very pointed word. Nobody is saying anything to, like, let's have a basketball conversation here. It doesn't have to go beyond basketball. A threat in basketball terms is you can pick up that $49 million. Mm-hmm. You're not going to play here. Yeah. Because we're going in a different direction. So you can count your money and you can either stay home or sit on the bench and watch and support your teammates. But that will have an impact on your market value next year because we're not obligated to play you. We're going to do what's best for our organization, and you're not going to take minutes away from the young guys who are developing. That's what Ku meant or presented by using the word threat. And you and I have discussed this before. We've discussed, like, how much can Scott push and tell Zach how it's going to be versus how much, if Zach were to pick up his option, should the Sacramento Kings utilize the talents that he has to, especially now, win basketball games because they're not incentivized to lose basketball games. It's a balance that Scott Perry is going to have to figure out, but we both believe and know Scott Perry to be a straight shooter who's going to let LaVine and his camp know, if you stay here, this is what it's going to be. I don't know what that conversation sounds like, but I think it's going to happen.
Well, and there's two extremes to this too, Matt. Could we talk about Scott Perry just being honest with players? This goes back to other veteran players that have said this last year about Perry and how they appreciate that. I think it would be going way too far, and it wouldn't be probably honest if you were to say, yeah, Zach, you opt in, you're not playing. Yeah. Like, go home. I think that is not truthful. There's no way. I do not think Scott Perry operates like that. I really don't.
I think that's a bad battle to pick.
I think so too, and I don't think that is being truthful at all in terms of what they would do. Now, is it truthful that they could sit down together and Scott Perry could be like, look, there is a good chance, Zach's camp, that your minutes will be decreased, maybe not to the level of you're not playing, but that I'm going to have to, there's going to be some flexibility in there with these young guys and seeing what they have next year. Now, you'll still be playing, but there could be times that you're not going to like what you're going to see. Yeah. And I just want you to be aware of that. Mm-hmm. Now, is that going to push Zach out to opt out? No, probably not. But at least it prevents you from anything that happens during the season with Zach being unhappy or whatever. Like, we spoke to you. We told you what it was going to happen. Right. Now, if Zach is smart in terms of where he wants to go next and what he wants his career to continue to be. And again, I can't get inside Zach's head. I don't know what he's thinking.
None of us do.
But I would think he wants to continue his career and win somewhere.
Yeah.
It would be smart for Zach to do whatever he can here when he gets the opportunity to increase his stock and his value. So it kind of goes both ways.
Something I want to specify and clarify here, because things can be easily clipped out of context, and it's happened before. Typically, when you hear the instance of a general manager or a coach telling a player, hey, just go home, it's either one, they're recovering from an injury, like what Domantas Sabonis did, right?
Yeah.
Sabonis was away from the team for a vast majority of the second half of the season, recovering from his partially torn meniscus. There's nothing more to it than that. The other part is if they're potentially toxic or an issue.
Yeah.
Again, I want to make this abundantly clear to everybody. There is no evidence, there is no reason to believe, there has not been any indication that Zach LaVine in any sort of way is a negative or toxic part of the Sacramento Kings. There has been one incident between Zach and a fan that in general, while it's not a great look, and I've talked to the fan, I did an interview with the fan. While it's not a great look, it has nothing to do with that locker room. It has nothing to do with basketball situations as far as any of us can tell. It's just like when Scott Perry was hired and everybody found those clips of Scott Perry talking about questioning whether or not Zach LaVine is a winning basketball player. That just because there might be that awkward conversation that had to happen between those two, which that conversation has happened, that doesn't mean there's toxicity there or anything like that. So I want to make sure it's perfectly clear we're talking about, from a basketball standpoint, we're talking about Zach LaVine getting in the way potentially of the development of younger players, which is the priority of the Sacramento Kings from this point on. We're not talking about sending Zach LaVine home because he's an issue. We saw repeatedly over the course of the remainder of the end of last season that LaVine was right there next to Russ and DeMar, cheering these guys on, coaching these guys up. A lot of people want to make things out to be more emotional and more anger-driven than they have to be. What Scott Perry is, I think, has to do here is have an honest conversation with a player who's trying to increase their value or do what they can for their value on a contract year versus what's best for the development of my organization. This is a basketball conversation. This is not dealing with a toxic player. That's not what we're talking about here.
Exactly. And what's funny, too, is, by the way, I know a lot of you had seen this over the weekend. Zach LaVine was in his
at the World Cup.
Hometown of Seattle at the World Cup. Cool to be able to take that in, man. I mean, there were a lot of people there. Too bad the expansion draft ain't happening now, because I know for a fact that would be a situation that would be in play with the Sonics coming back for sure. No, but in all seriousness, I know, and I'll say this too. I've been one of the people that have been, not hard on Zach, but I have been particular in terms of I just don't think the fit works here, and obviously it's not going to work here for the future. But like I do with most players I cover, I always want them to find success somewhere else. Has it happened yet for him? Not to probably the place where he wants it to, in terms of like the consistency and the winning long term. But eventually, maybe it could, but it's not here.
Yeah.
And so now I think we're just waiting to see what happens, but we have to have conversations about it because it affects this current roster and how it's built.
Nobody wants
and
to
what's
waste,
on the court,
and nobody wants to waste their time. Zach doesn't want to waste a year of his career, no matter how much he's being paid. And the Kings don't want to waste an opportunity to develop talent because they have to play Zach LaVine a lot of minutes. There's a balance we need to strike here.
Again, I say this, and I'm not saying like he gets a pass in terms of Scott Perry, but dude, this is like a difficult situation. I mean, he has a lot of, it's not moving one rock. It's like moving 3-4 rocks to get to at least the start of what you want to try to do.
He's playing Jenga.
It's it's crazy. So
Dwayne, I guess, feels passionately about this. Dwayne, I don't know. I'm not trying to say, are you a Zach LaVine fan? I don't actually know. Dwayne in our YouTube comment section, he's a very consistent member and we appreciate it. He says, what would Doug want to do? Play young guys, sit the vets, lose a ton of games for the future? Coaches and players will go for that? Get real. Dwayne, we just watched the end of last season where the Kings played those young guys a lot and they won games that people were yelling at them for winning. Zach LaVine, I think a large portion of this is unfair. But the reality is Zach LaVine is a career loser. Like, this is why Scott Perry was questioning whether or not he can be a winning basketball player. Now, Zach has done very well for himself because what he does well is at a premium in the NBA. He can score the rock. And we watched the Sacramento Kings last year be the worst shooting team in the NBA. So there's on paper, there's a lot of reasons why Zach LaVine would bring things to the table that I think the Sacramento Kings could use. But I think Zach is going to want to play 35 minutes a night and take 20 shots a game. That does nothing for the Kings. It does nothing. So it doesn't have to be a black or white issue of either he plays 35 minutes and gets all the shots or doesn't play, period. You're trying to find the middle. But what's most important for the Sacramento Kings right now is, one, winning enough games to avoid the relegation zone, which I think Zach LaVine helps with, just like Domantas Sabonis is going to help with that.
Yeah.
But number two, doing so where you're continuing to build on the momentum of the young players that you prioritize their development at the end of last season. Why would you stop yourself from your own path? It doesn't make sense. And these veterans potentially pose an issue of taking play time away from the young guys who you want to play right now. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's taking the best steps to continue to build moving forward, using that momentum, like you said, and also knowing, like, yes, he is here. Yes, we're not going to just sit him on the bench, but we have to be, like, smart about if he plays and he's not doing what he needs to do consistently, or he starts the season with, how many games did he average? He was averaging 30 points. Right? And I know before his injury too, guys, he dipped. Before the injury, he dipped and he became not even close to that. So there's been inconsistency. So at some point, you can't just have that continue to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure if he is on this roster next year, they're going to let him play and see what happens.
You could argue they're going to need what he brings.
Right. But if that dips again, you might have to be like, hey, can't keep giving you those minutes. I don't know. It's a hard balance to figure out. But eventually in a year, we won't have to have this conversation.
Here's how I think the conversation is going to go, and it might have already gone this way. I don't believe, like what Koo said, or what he would do, I don't believe that's the right route to go. Going to war with essentially Clutch Sports and saying we're going to have your client ride the pine and count his money, which will hurt his value going forward. I don't think that does anybody favors. The Kings, now this was not Scott Perry, but the Kings famously pissed off Dante DiVincenzo in his camp when they traded for DiVincenzo and then did not start him towards the end of the year when they could have started him because they wanted to lower his value.
Right.
And ended up pissing people off, and DiVincenzo was traded away. Like, this matters. So I don't think that's the right war to go through with Scott Perry with Clutch Sports. So I don't subscribe to that thinking at all. What I think has happened is Scott and Rich, Paul, or Clutch Sports and Zach have all gotten in a room together and talked about, hey, get your money if that's what you want to do. But you're going to come back here. This is where we're going as an organization. You might be capped at 25 minutes a night, my guy. And you believe you should be getting the ball more. You should be shooting the ball more. You said so after your, 40-point game or whatever it was in Miami. Hey, that ain't going to happen here, man. We got to focus on where we're going as an organization. That's how I think the conversation is going. And it's probably going to ultimately result in Zach going, well, I'm taking the money and we'll figure it out. Like, that makes sense to me. That's a partnership. That's working together. I don't believe Scott Perry is going to alienate Zach LaVine or anybody in any kind of way.
And I get, what some fans are saying about if you do indeed draft Acuff here and you do have Zach out there with Acuff, there is thought that what are we doing in terms of defense?
That matters.
That's a really valid point.
Absolutely.
And something that they are going to have to address somehow.
If the Kings were to draft Kingston Flemings, I'd say start the two of them and you could play the two of them 30 minutes a night. If you draft Darius Acuff Jr., which I think is what the Kings are trying to do, either you go, screw it, we're just going to score a boatload of points and try defensively, or, well, if we are choosing who gets less minutes, it's not going to be our rookie that we just drafted. It's going to be Zach. And maybe to start the season, it's the rookie until he gets his feet underneath him. By game 35, Acuff should be playing 35 and Zach should be playing 25, not the other way around. That matters because you don't want to be a complete joke defensively on the perimeter because, to Kimberly's point, you're still trying to win basketball games to avoid the relegation zone, which is why I think Zach's shooting is needed. Hopefully Keegan Murray's shooting and DeAndre Hunter's shooting is good. If you draft Acuff or Flemings, you want them to shoot the basketball well. And Domantas Sabonis coming back. I expect Sabonis to play 30 minutes a night because the Kings will need him to win basketball games. And they have to figure out how they're going to run their two center lineup so that Max and Dylan Cardwell don't get lost in the shuffle. So it's not just a Zach LaVine thing, it's a Domantas Sabonis thing. But their value is very different, which is why the conversation is very different. It's a mess. And Doug Christie and Scott Perry have to figure it out.
Yeah, it is a lot. And I think once we see this draft pick tomorrow, we can start then having that conversation more.
Put the pieces
in terms
together.
Of, what truly can be fixed with that.
Doug calling in to join the conversation on the eve of the NBA draft. What up, Doug?
Good afternoon. I just got a couple points to make. I don't know how this works, but could you, and I hate adversarial situations and stuff, but it seems that the Kings, we don't need Zach LaVine. So can you come back and say, hey, we'll buy you out for a lesser amount, and then if you decide not to, then we're going to institute your minutes per game and that kind of thing. That's one. The second point is I wish we could get more guys that we can find that can play better defense that we play now, because if you're trying to do the outscore them, and if you have a bad shooting night as a team, you're not going to win a lot of games.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Doug, appreciate the call.
For sure.
He's right about the second part. That was kind of Mike Brown's point is listen, even if we score a lot of points, we got to be able to play defense or we're not going to win. Now, the Kings are in a very different situation than they are right now. I don't think the Kings are going to win a lot of games, period, no matter who they draft.
Exactly.
But I also do think the Kings are looking at the roster that they currently have and are believing that compared to where Scott Perry started, with DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray, knock on wood, Keegan stays healthy, they're better defensively. With with Dylan Cardwell, they have a rim protector. Maxime Reynaud, I think they're hoping to develop more as a rim protector and as a defender. So I think they feel, whether it's Devin Carter still on the team, Neek Clifford, I think the Kings feel like they have more defensive prospects than they have before.
Yeah.
But it's going to take them time to be good. I'm not expecting the Kings suddenly to be a good defensive team. Certainly not good enough to right away mask the defensive issues of LaVine or Acuff or Sabonis. Like their best players still don't really contribute a lot on the defensive end. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And they're not good enough to overcome that yet.
No, and I know the concern, and maybe that is why I think there is more so hesitancy with Acuff, because I think the defense, especially just last year, was not there. And you're thinking, okay, well, how else is this going to be fixed? Right? How is this going to be fixed? We need to fix it.
Right.
It is going to take some time to get in the right players, for sure. But you cannot then just totally ignore a talent like that and think that, just because you're bringing in Kingston, that the defense is fixed all of a sudden, because it's not.
Right.
Right?
Right.
He's a better defender probably, but
yeah, there's not one guy they can draft to fix everything.
Exactly.
Not even close.
I wish.
Not even close.
Be nice.
Here's why I don't subscribe to the idea. It's very possible that the Kings could buy out Zach LaVine. I don't subscribe to this for two reasons. Number one, like we've illustrated, I think Zach LaVine can help this team do enough to win more games versus if you were to take Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis off this roster and just play all the young guys, I think they're the worst team in the NBA. I genuinely do. I think they're the worst team in the NBA. Would you add a Zach LaVine who shoots efficiently and Domantas Sabonis being Domantas Sabonis? DeMar DeRozan is a big question mark. I just don't expect DeMar still to be here because I think the Kings will buy him out, but I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea. Those veterans make the Kings a better team, and now with this new draft lottery change, they need to win a certain amount of basketball. They need to win a little bit. So those guys help accomplish that goal. So it makes more sense now to keep them than it did a year ago. So I'm I fall on that side of things. So that's why, one, a buyout of Zach LaVine doesn't make a ton of sense to me. The other thing is, Zach is an expiring big money contract at the trade deadline is potentially, not guaranteed, but potentially very valuable. Because there might be a team like the Detroit Pistons who need a scorer and are willing to take a expensive rental and pay him for 3-4 months to help score, and then they can negotiate a future deal in the future if they want to.
Yeah.
And a lot of people go, well, wouldn't the Kings have to take back contracts in that deal? They wouldn't want that unless they took back a multi-year contract for a young player or a player that fit their model, or they took back a contract that they didn't necessarily want, but it had a pick attached to it. Like cutting LaVine and moving on from LaVine now might save Vivek Ranadive money because he doesn't have to pay a luxury tax bill. But how much, if the Kings opened up all that money right now, do we really think they're going to do a lot with it right now?
No.
I don't. They're not going to suddenly become a free agency destination.
No, they got to work for that.
Right. It's going to take time. That's 2027. So I just don't subscribe to, I think waiving Zach LaVine is a waste. And I don't think the Kings should do it. Zach's too good of a player, even if I don't think Zach fits here at all, and I don't think Zach wants to be here. It's still better to have him than to just let him go for no reason and kick him out the door. Because like we talked about, Zach is not a toxic player. Zach is not hurting the Kings by being here, in my opinion. There's been no sign to show that.
If he was, there'd probably be a lot more leakage in what was going on last year.
Yes. Be a lot more hostility.
Seriously.
A lot more hostility than what there was. Antonio, I see you on hold. We will get you when we come back. We're also going to be speaking with Connor Sutton from Sacramento Republic FC. Not only are the Republic still playing during World Cup time, they're putting out some pretty awesome World Cup watch parties and doing some awesome things in the community. We'll talk with Connor Sutton from the Republic about that next. And then it's Kayla's 2-minute drill. Some stories around the football world to get to as well. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
On the Matt and Kayla Show, context is very important.
I will stick my bare hand and scoop out literally anything on a plate.
Is that sanitary?
Man, I'm hungry. I'm doing some juicing.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Derail a radio show because my dog got hit in the face with a treat. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors. Locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need. From reliable printers to high-performance copiers, we'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology. Family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
You can buy golf clubs anywhere, but buy clubs that fit the shelf instead of your swing. That's why Hagen Oaks offers total game fitting. TrackMan dials in your driver and irons. Ping's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your perfect golf ball. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner matches you with balance and stability. Whether you're a beginner or accomplished, your best game starts with the right fit. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Gas prices got you down? Now is the time to save at Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. When you save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the new 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab. With over 600 Rams available, your new Ram is waiting at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$15,000 total net savings after factory incentive and dealer discounts. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit for eligible upfit, $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance on eligible trade-in, $500 Hoblet business owner bonus for verified business owners, and $9,500 dealer discount. 10th net savings. See dealer for details.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Styles. With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason. Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level. In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 56, Fred Warner's fumble record.
The defensive list of 49ers greats is very impressive. Patrick Willis is one of the all-time greats, and so is Fred Warner. San Francisco 49ers linebacker Fred Warner surpassed Hall of Famer Patrick Willis for the most forced fumbles in franchise history since that stat became official in 1994. He recorded his 17th career forced fumble in Week 4 of the 2025 season, and with Warner signed through the 29 season, you can expect Fred to create some distance on his competition.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Going to be speaking with Connor Sutton from the Sacramento Republic FC here very shortly. In addition to the USL Championship season still going on, they got some really cool things happening in the community involving the World Cup. So we got that coming for you in just a second. Antonio, nice enough to hang during the break. Antonio, welcome into the show. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good, my friend. Happy almost NBA draft.
I'm so excited. But I wanted to ask you, if we acquire Zach LaVine, do you think he is the best mentor and fit for Darius Acuff or Kingston Fleming? And if you don't think so, who would you prefer as a mentor between, any veteran that you would think? Because I was thinking CP3, but that's just my opinion.
So wait, acquire Zach LaVine?
As in, keep him around.
No.
Antonio, thanks for the call.
No, not Zach LaVine.
Yeah, I don't think.
I would say Russell Westbrook.
So every player, every rookie has their vet. But that doesn't mean that their vet is the only one that pours into them. If Zach LaVine's here, Zach LaVine's going to help, impart, mentor whichever rookie. Domantas Sabonis, mentor whichever rookie. So I think what Antonio's asking is who would we look at as Acuff or Kingston Fleming's vet here in Sacramento? I know we've talked about bringing Russell Westbrook back for something like that. I don't know if that's going to happen or financially how the Kings could make that happen. CP3 is interesting, but isn't he retiring? I think Chris Paul is going to retire, so I wouldn't necessarily expect that to happen. Who would it be on this team to mentor him? That's a great question. If DeMar DeRozan is still around, DeMar is always a fantastic option, but DeMar's not going to. I would be shocked if DeMar's still here. I don't think he's going to be here by the end of the season.
But they need something at point guard in terms of depth. So
sure,
there's going to have to be.
I think Malik Monk is a capable mentor.
That's a good point.
And Malik, I expect, is still going to be here. I think Malik, as of right now,
I like Malik.
Malik Monk to me is the backup point guard of the Kings.
Yeah.
That's what Malik should be.
And I think he could be a good mentor.
He's at his
Acuff.
Yeah. He's very well liked in that locker room. Very well respected.
He's honest.
He is honest.
He's straightforward.
He's
I love that.
That's for sure. So I guess Malik would be a good answer. I don't know.
The only reason I said no real quick to LaVine is twofold on this. I don't see him as a mentor necessarily, at least from what I've seen. Now, behind the scenes, maybe I'm not hearing it that he could be, but the biggest reason is he's moving on eventually.
Yeah.
So it's not really his job either to mentor so-called guy that's coming in and going to be the future of the franchise.
Yeah. I don't think Zach would be a bad mentor by any means. I think Zach's got a lot on his plate already for his future. But I think all these guys, Zach included, will be involved in teaching the rookie how to play NBA basketball. They're teammates still. It's not just I
they're
only
still
listen to
teammates,
one
right.
guy and everybody else does not.
They all
teach me
talk
anything.
in the locker room.
Of
They
course,
all talk at
of
practice. Yeah.
Joining us right now, a good friend of mine from the Sacramento Republic FC. There isn't a job that man doesn't do over there. Hell, he probably could be a striker or a goalkeeper if you needed him to. Connor Sutton, back with us here on Matt and Kayla. Connor, how are you, my friend? And how are those Republic doing? I see them sitting in 8th in the USL Championship standings so far. Coming off of a loss, though, to New Mexico United, but that's okay. It's bounce back season. Connor, it's good to talk to you.
Hey guys, how's it going? Definitely won't be a striker. You won't catch me on the pitch in any way, shape, or form. But I do like to see and watch and talk about it. So that works. That works out for everybody.
Well, as much as the great stuff that's happening on the pitch for the Republic, one of the best things about the Republic FC is how ingrained they are into the community here in Sacramento and how the Republic likes to usher in ultimately celebrations of soccer at any level, from their academy system all the way up to the World Cup itself. And the Republic FC, you guys are doing some pretty awesome things in terms of watch parties and community events for people to enjoy World Cup soccer, but do it here in Sacramento.
Yeah, listen, I don't know about you guys, but just seeing the World Cup fever in Sacramento, around the country, around North America, around the world has just been awesome. So we wanted to really make sure we were helping lead that charge in Sacramento and bringing opportunities for fans who maybe don't get a chance to actually go to a match to be able to experience what it's like to be with your fellow soccer fans. So we have 2 large watch parties we have coming up this week. And then now with U.S. and Mexico both advancing, we're going to have some plans that we will share at a later date of what we're going to do for some of those knockout games. So we're excited. We've had the response for the watch parties this week has been overwhelming. It's going to be a lot of fun. Neither one of those matches actually really matters for them, for either team, Mexico or U.S., but it doesn't matter. People still want to come out. They want to watch soccer. They want to celebrate goals, and hopefully U.S. and Mexico continue to do well.
I would think that at a time like this, with the World Cup actually, in the United States, it's such a beneficial time for you guys to capitalize on the excitement of soccer and maybe what you can continue to do with the momentum moving forward. Do you guys see it like that too?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We obviously, in about a year and a half, we'll be opening up a brand new stadium in the rail yards that'll host 20,000 people. And so we want to tap into those people who are interested in the World Cup, maybe aren't huge soccer fans, but are enjoying the World Cup. And I think that's fundamentally where we have been, is just trying to get people who love sports, maybe don't know a ton about soccer, but the experience for myself and many others is when you start coming to a live sporting event, live soccer game, people fall in love with it. That's what happened to me. And I think many other people, and plus, especially right now, when U.S., Mexico both are doing well, that just amplifies people's interest. Granted, it's obviously in our local time. We're playing at prime time versus at 7 a.m. I think we played in the knockout round, maybe 6 a.m. last time against Netherlands in the last World Cup. So I think it just amplifies it. And for us, it's, of course, we love soccer. Our teams, obviously, even our players are watching these tournament games together, these World Cup games together. So it's a great time for us around the club. And, there's buzz around the stadium that we're building. And there's also buzz around this World Cup. So we're just marrying those up together. And so far, it's gone really well.
Well, there's a lot of buzz around Team USA. Won back-to-back World Cup matches for the first time since 1930. USA playing on Thursday. It'll be an opportunity for them for the first time ever to win 3 matches in the modern era of the tournament, 3 straight. I mean, that's pretty incredible. Mm-hmm. So we have history potentially to witness. Also, of course, Mexico playing on Wednesday. And the Republic, Connor, is holding block parties to watch and celebrate these matches going on. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're down at downtown Plaza Park, which is 910 I Street. You can come on down. The gates will open at 5 p.m. Both matches, Mexico plays on June 24th. That's Wednesday. USA plays on June 25th. That's Thursday. It's going to be electric. You have to RSVP ahead of time. I will be honest, we are likely to run out of availability in both of those events. It has been that overwhelming. However, people should still go to sacsoccerguide.com. You can RSVP and get your ticket. It is free, family friendly. It will be a blast. And then people who maybe aren't able to get RSVPs, pretty soon we will have our details of what we're going to be doing next week for the knockout round. So that'll be coming. But yeah, Matt, as you mentioned, so far it's been an electric start for the U.S. Mexico's been very good as well. The question probably surrounding Christian Pulisic is probably the biggest one from the sporting standpoint. How, can he go for even if 30 minutes on Thursday is going to be the question. How healthy is he? Or is this a team that's just going to have to operate like they did in the Australia match without him? That's the biggest question, I think, for the U.S.
I know that the guys are on a bye week right now. When can fans that are excited about soccer, especially right now, expect to come see them at home?
Yeah, we'll be back on July 8th at home. It's a 7:30 kickoff. It's a Wednesday night match. It's actually the first day since the World Cup has started that there is not World Cup soccer. Oh. So we're filling a void. It was unintentional, but we'll take it. We're filling a void of soccer. And yeah, July 8th, it's the first day that there won't be soccer to watch on TV. So come out and enjoy it. We expect it to be a pretty electric night, and it'll be a lot of fun to see a lot of maybe new faces who haven't been to a Republic game in a while or ever, who are enjoying that World Cup fever.
A couple more for you, Connor. First off, real quick, in addition to the World Cup, there's the USL Cup that is happening right now, or in a little bit of a break, but the Republic's still very much alive and involved in the USL Cup. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're in first place in our group. Think very in-season tournament, as the NBA has done in the past few years. That has come from soccer originally, but it wasn't totally in the U.S. So we are at top of our group, which is great. You remember last year we hosted the final in October, unfortunately lost, but that is this same tournament. We've been off to a good start in that tournament. We got to pick it up in the USL Championship Western Conference, but we're starting to get a friendlier schedule here coming up. We've had some injuries early on in the season, so we think we're going to be in a good spot heading into not only the USL Championship but also in the Prince Tires USL Cup. So a lot happening throughout both of those seasons. We have our Prince Tires USL Cup match coming up, but we've already clinched the fact that we're going through. We're just trying to win our group. And that will be, I think that match is coming up in the next few weeks.
Lastly, Connor, you cannot drive around Sacramento without seeing a billboard. We're going bigger. What's the latest updates on the brand new state-of-the-art stadium that's coming to Sacramento, the new home for the Sacramento Republic FC, to build off of this World Cup fever that we're feeling right now?
Yeah, it is exciting. A lot of work is being done on the site. Not a ton you can actually see. It's mostly happening under the ground, but all very important. We expect to be vertical pretty soon, towards the end of this year. So people will actually start to see that progress, but there's a lot happening on the ground. Our partners at London Moorhead are constantly out there. They're posting stuff on social showing kind of what is happening. If you can't see beyond the gates, which you shouldn't be able to, you can't be able to. So there's a lot of goodness happening out there. We are excited. We went on sale with suites a few weeks ago. There's been a great amount of response to that. And it's a really exciting time. And hopefully we can continue off of this energy and movement beyond the World Cup. Hopefully the team has a good year this year. But we are fired up to open up that stadium. It's going to be a world-class stadium. It's going to transform that entire rail yards area. I cannot wait. It's going to be just next level.
Connor, I'm working on building a spy tower out there so I can see in and just watch the construction. So tell security to leave me alone if they see me in a tree or something up there with binoculars.
Good luck, man. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the situation looks like from up top there. I mean, you can do a little spying out there. I can't see over the fence as a short guy, so I'd have to do the same.
I tell you what, I'm gonna take it all in. The ribbon cutting ceremony when it first opens. That'll be my first glimpse. I can't wait. Just like we celebrated the opening of the Golden One Center, we'll be celebrating the new Sacramento Republic FC Stadium in downtown Sacramento as the Sacramento Sports Renaissance continues. Connor, appreciate you making the time, my friend. I'll get out there to Hart Health Park soon to see these Republic in action, and go and check out these World Cup block parties. Wednesday for the Mexico game, Thursday for the USA game. Go online right now and get your spot. Reserve your spot because it's going to fill up. Connor, appreciate you.
Thank you both. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Connor.
The great Connor Sutton. He's amazing. The only complaint I ever have about Connor Sutton is I went to Jessup University, in Rockland. And at the time, we were part of the NAIA. And we were in, what was it called, the CalPAC Conference. And our opponent, our number one rival, was Simpson University up in Reading. And Connor was at Simpson. It's the only bad thing I have about the guy.
Look at that rivalry
He's a
there.
Simpson guy.
Look at that.
The only thing I could come up with. Connor's a great dude. We love the Republic. Shout out to them for making the time. We'll take the break. When we come back, let's talk a little bit of football before getting back to the draft. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill, and then Brendan Nunez will join us in studio. A final preview of the draft with the draft expert himself here on Sactown Sports and why he's still nervous about Darius Acuff Jr. That's all coming here on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
On the Matt and Kayla Show, context is very important.
I will stick my bare hand and scoop out literally anything on a plate.
Is that sanitary?
Man, I'm hungry. I'm doing some juicing.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Derail a radio show because my dog got hit in the face with a treat. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
At Folsom Chevy, they're making it easier to get a new truck. From how you're treated to sweet new deals. Swing by the Folsom Auto Mall, ask about their incredible new finance offer on every new 2026 Silverado half-ton truck in stock. Folsom Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
MoonPay X Games Sacramento 2026 is taking on Cal Expo this summer. Catch live music performances and more than 100 top skate, BMX, and Moto X athletes compete. June 26th through June 28th. Get your tickets now at xgames.com.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Most golfers practice their swing, but ignore the body swing in the club. We help golfers move better, get stronger, reduce pain, build power, and play longer. Join us for a free trial week and see how golf-specific training can help you support your body and your game. Try a class, meet the team, and find a right program for your goals. Call 916-802-5175 or visit golffitnesssolutions.com. Golf Fitness Solutions. Move better, feel better, play better.
It's time for the 2-minute drill. Kayla Anderson has the ball, and she's taking us around the world of football. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill on Matt and Kayla.
You know, the basketball pride in me says, shut up, football, it's not your time. It's NBA's time.
Bro, we talk basketball every day for 4 hours.
But I was going to say, but you didn't let me finish.
So just chill.
You didn't let me
just
finish.
chill.
I said, but the NFL never sleeps. The NFL never stops. They already stole Christmas Day from us, the jerks.
They did steal it.
How dare they?
I agree.
Now that I do agree with.
They came in
I do believe they did steal that
They
from you.
snatched it up.
When my family members
Yeah.
come over on Christmas and they make me change the channel, I'm
Yeah.
furious.
I get that. You have the right to be mad about that, for sure.
Let me tell you.
They do it too much sometimes.
Christmas morning, basketball's on. As soon as it's lunchtime, though,
He's switching.
bye-bye NBA.
Switching to the football.
Right, now, if the Kings play on Christmas,
Mm-mm-mm.
I don't know why they would, but if they did, sorry, football. But it's
Yep.
time for 2-minute drill
Let's
with
go.
Kayla Anderson. What's going
Let's
on in
get
the NFL?
into it. All right. First up, Big Jeff, big payday. We're talking about the Tennessee Titans defensive lineman, Jeffrey Simmons. Personally, I think he is one of, if not the best in the game right now. He has just been paid. Like Sacramento, I get similar, heat when I was covering that team down there for the organization, never paying players or... There was just always that small market mentality down there as well. But that is no longer the case. The Titans have given this man a 3-year extension worth $100 million just guaranteed. The deal worth up to $105.8 million. I couldn't be happier. You guys, I know you talk so much about some of the big names for this franchise that have meant so much to the organization.
Yep.
He's definitely one of these guys. He's done so much in terms of being a leader. His production, especially last year and career year, has been awesome. But to be the biggest, highest, I should say, paid defensive lineman in a market like that, by the way, it is smaller than Sacramento in terms of market size. I'm just saying, it can happen one day. Things can start to turn in the right direction.
Big boys get paid too.
Yeah, so I'm happy for him, but it's good to see a defensive lineman, not an edge necessarily. We're talking interior defensive linemen get paid like that.
I will say, are we at all surprised that after Robert Saleh takes over, they get this done? This strikes me too as Robert Saleh's this dude, I need this dude. Let's make him the highest paid. I don't care. Get him in tight under control. No.
It did not hurt. You're exactly right. And coming off of a career season, you kind of have to give that guy a contract. I mean, again, they took him in the first round in 2019, and he's still there and still producing. All right, next up, getting saucy about numbers. You guys, this is the weirdest thing I've read in a minute in terms of actually allowing this to happen. So we all know Sauce Gardner, obviously used to play for Saleh in New York for the Jets.
Poor guy.
Now he is with the Colts.
He's free.
He's with the Colts, coming off of an injury, but regardless is going to play this year. So there's all this uncertainty about what's going on with his age. I wouldn't say this is the biggest deal, but we're talking about football, and age is always talked about. In he's this age, well, he has more in the tank. Even a year can make a difference in terms of how they talk about players and trade value and all of that. So during a back and forth with reporters about his leadership role this next year, he said, by the way, I'm 24, not 25. And everyone was like, what? So a lot of these outlets have him listed at being 25 years old, including at the time his profile is on ESPN.com, Pro Football Focus, and Yahoo Sports. But it turns out he was actually born August 31st, 2001, not 2000.
Google has it right.
Yeah, well, it's all changed since then,
I was going to say, probably because of all these stories.
So it's crazy because I don't know why he's not talked about this prior to this, but a lot of the people are just getting to know this. He says he even confirmed it with his driver's license. What are we doing? We didn't have the guy's birthday right for this whole time?
Okay, but he's going to be 25 before the season starts. But
but it would have been 26.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They thought he was born in 2000, Matt.
That's hilarious.
So I was like, this is one of the most awkward, weird things I've ever seen.
Listen, I sometimes forget how old I am, so good on Sauce for knowing exactly how old he is, because it gets to a point where I'm just
I forgot the other day.
Yeah, it's how old are you? I was like, how old am I?
I had to Google it. When born, how old are you? And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I am.
Can you imagine if Sauce was like, I'm 24. As soon as I turn 25, I'll suck, but I'm 24.
Well, but you joke, but once they hit 30, that is a real combo, man.
Yeah, I'm 5 years away, not 4 years away.
Especially when it comes to trade. All right. Next up, still learning to command. We are talking about, the Commanders quarterback, Jaden Daniels, who is coming off of a rough year because of injury. Yep. He stormed into his rookie season, just putting up crazy numbers, led them to the playoffs. It was just really fun to watch.
Yep.
But he is now getting back in the mix of things. Obviously, Cliff Kingsbury is no longer there. Is it David Blau? I never know how to pronounce the last name, but he's the new offensive coordinator in Washington, and they are featuring more of that no huddle, less under center. So there's a lot of newness.
Yeah.
My biggest question is how quick will he adjust? Can he ever match what he did that rookie season? Because we're looking at CJ Stroud like that too.
That's where it's almost like I'm waiting for the balancing out. And I feel like this season's going to be the balancing out because he had that explosive year with the Commanders a couple years ago.
Right.
Last year wasn't so good. Okay, find the middle. Is the middle good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it not?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very curious about what this Commanders team looks like. Jaden McDaniels, how he builds upon.
Jane Daniels.
Or Jane Daniels,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not the coach. What he how he builds on what he did. So yeah.
And also it's will Brandon Ayuk be there? Because in his latest post,
will that make it better or worse?
I don't know, but the two are buddies from ASU back in their days at Arizona State. I guess his latest post, he's yelling out, "Go Commanders, go Commanders, raise hail, take command." Does he honestly think he's on the team? And we don't know something? Are we not privy to know yet if he's on the team? Because it sure is acting like he's on the team.
He's hitching his wagon to the only team that wants
What
him.
happens if they say he's not a Commander? If the Niners do part ways with him and he doesn't,
he's going to start beefing with Washington. Then.
Can you imagine? This is the
funny.
most bizarre saga I've ever been privy to.
Be kind of funny.
One day it'll be something to talk about, I'm telling you that much. All right, that's your 2-minute drill.
Really quick before we go to break, Adam Schefter dropped a list of all the training camp sites and rookie and veteran reporting dates. The San Francisco 49ers are dropping, or their training camp will begin on July 18th. That's when rookies report. And then July 25th, that'll be the day that veterans report.
Go.
Training camp is just about a month away.
Yes.
It's coming.
Can't wait.
Football is coming. And right now, you can win a pair of tickets to see Formula One racing and the British Grand Prix live at the Esquire IMAX Theater on Sunday, July 5th. Showtime is at 6:30. You can call in to win right now. Say cheerio to a turbocharged viewing on July 5th when IMAX comes home to the British Motor Racing. The Silverstone Circuit hosted the very first Formula One Grand Prix in 1950, making it the birthplace of Formula One. So it's only fair that you experience it with another original. IMAX, home of the world's most immersive cinema experiences, will take you from your seat onto the track with sound that you can feel. You can call to win a pair of tickets right now. 916-339-1140. Caller number 1. It's a race after all, isn't it? Caller number 1. You can get your tickets right now to see Formula One in IMAX. We'll take the break. When we come back, Sactown Sports Draft expert Brendan Nunez joins us in studio. It's the eve of the NBA Draft, and you're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
When it comes to life advice, Carmichael Dave is here to share some words of wisdom, like preparing for the unexpected.
Always carry a complete change of clothes and a pair of shoes in a duffel bag in your trunk.
For robbing banks?
No, for emergencies.
Public etiquette.
When I go to a concert, I don't want to hear you singing. I want to hear them singing.
And most importantly,
don't be a bad person.
Don't be a bad person. Just don't be a bad person.
It's that simple.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the buffalo wing. Perfect! Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too! Incredible! What a finish! Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Skeeter here, my card. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. I never met a Culex terrasalis I didn't want to smack. That's Latin for mosquito. Hey, it's time again to fight the bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Typically, a high handicapper carries an index of 20 or more. Golf Monthly's Barry Plummer offers 4 tips if you're tired of that high handicap. First, choose the right equipment. Invest in a 5-wood, which is more forgiving than a 3-wood or 3 hybrid. It's a much better option for getting the ball in the air. Second, play for bogey on par 5s. Break the longer holes into manageable chunks, perhaps aiming to hit the green with 4 easy swings while also navigating away from the trouble along the way. 3, leave the sand wedge in the bag for chipping. Up and down percentages are almost twice as good when chipping a 9-iron over a sand wedge, and 3.5 times better with the putter. And finally, stop leaving your putts short. A 20 handicapper leaves 55% of their missed putts short of the hole. Give yourself a chance with every attempt and don't leave another putt short. Try these simple tips and let's see whether your handicap starts to come down. And have some fun out there. That'll help too. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Back from Brazil, Brendan Nunes with us. Two weeks in Brazil right during World Cup time.
Awesome,
I bet that was crazy.
It was.
So I was living vicariously through your Instagram posts of all the great things you got to do out there. You're out there for a wedding, right?
Yeah, about a week and a half.
Amazing.
Bom dia.
Well,
look at you coming back speaking that. Is it Portuguese? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
My girlfriend was not happy when I called it Brazilian months ago. That was not my brightest moment. Not my brightest moment.
So she's Portuguese.
She is Brazilian and Colombian.
Oh, Colombian.
Yeah, a little bit of both. So she's kind of trilingual.
Look
which
at him.
I don't even know how much I was really aware of that. To be
Colombian,
honest.
they've got some beautiful ladies down there. That's for sure.
Could not have made it through without going with a bunch of her family that speaks Portuguese
I
very
bet.
well.
Did you pick up at all?
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I was saying thank you a lot at the end of Ubers. Obrigado got me a long way.
Just the basics.
Picking up on things here and there. I mean, it's like the only thing being spoken, obviously. So you start to a little bit here and there. But there's also instances at the airport where somebody's talking to me and I'm like, I must look so confused because they just go, you speak English? Yes. I wanted to give the first guy back at LAX a hug when they spoke to me in English. But it was great.
That's cool.
Great.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Well, you made it home just in time for the NBA draft tomorrow. You, like all of us, have been waiting for months for this day. You've been grinding on SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports app, dropping player profiles, what the Kings could potentially do, big boards, second-round pick options. You've been busy, but now the day is pretty much here. So do you have a gut feeling? Do you have a level of optimism, pessimism? This is a day that, not to be over dramatic and speaking hyperbole, but this is the day that could not necessarily decide, but could really kickstart the next era of Sacramento Kings basketball. Or if the Kings get this wrong, they might not have another opportunity like this, and it might be a long time. So
Yeah, I mean, I think sort of what I keep coming back to is I think they're in a really good spot. Like, this draft is extremely talented. Obviously, you'd rather be in that top 4,
Right.
where I think there's a clear top 4. But they're going to get their pick at a really good guard. And we've talked about all the options. I still think, Matt, to your credit, you talked about it. You've been on it a long time ago talking about all the Darius Acuff links, and it feels like all the reporting's coming out more recently. I'm like, hey, Matt kind of said this a month and a half ago, however long it may have been. But so definitely feels like that connection is there. But to me, they're going to have their pick of really good guys that fit very much what they need. They haven't been shy about, we need a point guard, we need an organizer, a table setter, a tone setter on both ends of the floor. And I think that whether that's Michael Brown, whether it's Darius Acuff, whether it's Kingston Flemings, they're going to have their pick at somebody that definitely could be a franchise-changing talent. Even if they aren't a number 1 player on a team, like, you still need these extremely phenomenal, good players that are contributors. You get your Cooper Flag in Dallas, keep using that example. They still clearly need more guys.
Yeah.
They're stressing a little bit about, hey, we don't have another first rounder after this year, so you have to nail this one. So even if it's not the franchise number 1 player, landing a extremely impactful guy will do so much for the future of the team. And I think for the present of, I don't know about you guys, it wasn't the most exciting team to watch last season.
Right.
And it's definitely going to add to the watchability of this team moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you did all of your draft research, which you obviously did a lot of it, we've had you on to break down some of those things. Was there anything, like, what came to the biggest surprise maybe about a player or the movement that you saw within the last few months?
Yeah, I think Michael Brown is really interesting to me. I ended up putting him just above Acuff as well. You guys know my love for Kingston Flemings.
Yes,
I
we
had
do.
him at 5th and then went
cool.
Michael Brown and then Darius Acuff. But I think he has the highest ceiling of the group. I think that he is also very chaotic. Like, there's a lot of turnovers. I think Sam Vecini worded it really well that he's a home run hitter, and he could probably benefit from hitting a few singles every once in a while,
Sure.
but he's taken the big swing. And so I think that's where you see more ceiling, right? And some of the just manipulative passing, I think, was on another level than a lot of the other guys, shooting a ridiculous amount of threes. Like, it's a very modern profile, and I can't help but just be like, man, I wish he played more of this season. He either would have, I think he could have solidified himself as the 5th guy. He could have ended up falling further because it was a very up and down year for him all around. So he's a super interesting player to me. And then the other one would be LeBaron Philon. I was watching this guy, and I'm like, man, this guy's not talked about enough. Like, I think that he is really good. He's one of them that where, I wouldn't love him getting picked at 7, but it's one. I'm like, I could talk myself
You wouldn't be
into
so
it a
mad.
little bit.
Right.
Yeah, it's more so that in a normal draft, like, he'd be a phenomenal player
Yeah.
at number 7, right? It's the depth of this group that maybe makes that not quite the case. But he was the one that I ended up watching. I was like, man, this guy is really good. Like, somebody
Right.
like Dallas is going to be really happy to get a guy like that.
And I think more people are just saying this because it's, like, easier to say to put an X or it's something on him, is he's a little older.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other thing that people are like, well, he's a little older.
One
so,
more
you know,
year.
one
Yeah,
more
yeah.
year.
Everybody's looking to nitpick, though.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the thing. That's
Oh,
part,
yeah.
that's part of this draft
Absolutely.
process. Well, we've obviously talked about Darius Acuff Jr. a ton here in Sacramento for months. Kingston Flemings, we've talked about a lot, too. Those two seem to definitely be the leaders in the clubhouse. You don't want anyone to feel second to another, but if I were to guess, like, plan A is Acuff falling to 7. Plan B is if Acuff's not there, it might be Kingston Flemings. That's my guess on the situation, although the Kings certainly have options to move up or move down if they want to. Nobody really knows what's going to happen on draft night, although I do believe Scott Perry's done a masterful job at kind of playing the market and playing the game and understanding information versus misinformation and letting it be known what he's willing and not willing to do. But going back to Darius Acuff, throughout this process, you've admitted yourself, part of it is you don't like to play contrarian, but when you hear so much about one person, you like to find out where's the but, where's the asterisk. And the defense with Acuff is obvious, right? Like, I don't know, but you and I are both going to be in the room tomorrow when Scott Perry has his press conference, his post-draft press conference after the first round. If they draft Darius Acuff Jr., one of the two of us, if not anybody in that room,
I'll definitely do it,
is going to immediately ask, yo, you have a defensive-minded head coach. You've preached defense for a year. What about the defensive side with Darius Acuff Jr.? But that's the obvious concern. What I've been interested in with your pre-draft process with Acuff is whether it's his ability as an isolation scorer. You tweeted out recently you didn't have the most fun necessarily watching Acuff offensively at times compared to how fun like Carmichael Dave thinks he's going to be. What is it about the less known concerns about Acuff that is not saying don't draft him, but has you just concerned or you're keeping an eye out on it?
Yeah, it's a tough one to like nitpick because like you said, nitpicking is definitely what it is, but that's what we're doing at this current stage for sure. And I'm just like, well, if this guy is a for sure offensive bet, why is he not in the top 4? You know, and it is the defensive concerns, but I also think there's a little bit of like the shot profile. So where his greatest skill is being a tough shot maker, right? And that is one of the greatest skills you can have for a primary option NBA scorer. But it's a lot harder to hit contested shots when the guy is Jaden McDaniels in front of you or Dyson Daniels, whoever it may be. And so I'm curious a little bit of this is where you go back to with some of these other guys as well is there's so many switches in the modern NBA. And it's like Kingston Flemings is dealing with a lot of drop coverage and he's really good against that. How much can you get by a guy in a switch, you know? And I think that's one of those things for Acuff where it's like, okay, it's going to be a lot harder to shoot over somebody with the lack of size that he has. And he's not the only one with size questions or concerns, whatever it may be. If anything, more physical than a lot of these other guys. But I'm a little curious about how consistently he was creating space compared to just like enough space to still make a tough shot, you know? And so I think that it's still, I mean, like any of these guys, it's going to be an adjustment at the NBA level, getting used to the NBA length, physicality, and all that's going on. But that's one of the big things for me that I try to figure out with all of these guys. I'm okay, how are they going to excel against switches? And I come back to Flemings. I think that speed is where it comes into play, right? Actually finishing the play after the fact, I think Acuff was better at. But to me, as phenomenal as an offensive player he is, there's a part of me that watches and I'm just like, man, these are tough shots and they're only going to get even harder at the NBA level.
So I'll put you on the spot because you are a Kingston Flemings fan.
Yeah, big time.
So I do have to tell or ask you to take apart part of his game maybe that you're concerned about.
Yeah.
And maybe why it won't translate to the next level or translate to the level it needs to.
Yeah, I think it's the finishing around the basket because if that superpower is the speed and getting downhill, then you need to be good at finishing when you get there, right? The whole De'Aaron comp. De'Aaron was absolutely elite at that in college. Michael Brown was the best of this group at finishing around the rim, and I think that's part of the reason that I have him there. I'm like, there is the 3 level to all of this, you know, and less mid-range for Michael than the others, and the mid-range is a great tool. I don't think it should be overlooked in the way that maybe some people do in a very basic conversation, I think, at times. But it's the finishing around the basket more than anything. I'm a big believer in the three-point shot. There wasn't that much volume, but I think there was a lot of instances where late in games he would take more threes. It seemed like when he knew it was necessary that he was able to do so. The mid-range is there, but you got to be able to finish around the basket. I don't know if it was more so when he went up with his left. Like, there's some really tough-looking finishes, and I think that obviously continuing to grow that aspect of his game is where I keep coming back to. I think he has a higher ceiling than people are giving him credit for, because if he becomes really impressive in that way, he had a great vertical at the combine. Are you just going to be like, you should probably dunk more of these at times. So I think there is definitely, I think any of these guys could be busts for what it's worth. One of them that we don't expect is going to be not great in the NBA level, right? So I think a lot of it for the Flemings thing for me is the finishing around the basket, because the skill set that he has should cater to that being a talent. He's going to be able to get there, but actually finishing when he gets there, I think, is something that does need to be improved upon a lot.
I'm choosing to go into the draft. This is the Kings fandom more than the media member. Just inherently trusting Scott Perry. Like, in Scott Perry, we trust what he decides to do, I believe, is what's best for the Sacramento Kings until proven otherwise. Like, that's just what's getting me through it. Call it copium or whatever you want. Like, that's what it is for me, and I think a lot of Kings fans are feeling that same way. That being said, there is one scenario that I absolutely loathe, and that's the idea of the Kings potentially trading down. I just think it makes absolutely no sense to me, considering how much they need a point guard, how much they need star power, and at 7, you fall right into the mix of potential star power with a crop of point guards that you could definitely use. That being said, is there a scenario in your mind, while you're not going to openly hate on anything necessarily, because it's not what we do, but is there a scenario in your mind that you're most concerned about or excites you the least, or something like, I really would not do that?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love all the players in the top 4, I think trading into the top 4 would be too much for me.
Yeah.
Like, it would be amazing to land one of those players, but what else are they going to have to work with?
That's costing you like 3 or 4 firsts to do.
That's what it is, right? It's less about the players themselves.
Yeah.
Like if Caleb Wilson falls to 5 or something or 6, then like I'm picking up that phone real fast.
Yes.
You know, like Cameron Boozer would be a phenomenal player for this team. Any of those guys go down the line, but it's going to cost you so much to go and do that.
Yes.
I don't think it's next year's first in the scenario where Atlanta moved from 7 to 4 to get Luka, I believe it was. It's going to cost you more than that to do so in this caliber of draft. And so I think that would be the scenario that concerns me the most. That being said, I have come around to like, if I had to guess my most likely scenario, I kind of think that they're going to like end up trading up 1 spot because while Brooklyn may not be interested in Darius Acuff, it's really easy for them to be like, hey, like some of these other teams are calling, you know, and like looking back at what it took in previous drafts for teams to move up 1 spot, we're talking like 1 second-round pick, maybe 2, and I think Brooklyn, maybe the Clippers have leverage that if the Kings are very clearly, hey, we want Darius Acuff, and other teams know that. I think other teams could leverage it a little bit, and it really wouldn't cost you that much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the other teams playing the game. So in my mind, I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised, and if I had to guess, they're going to give up a second or 2 to move up 1 spot and make sure they can get their guy.
But let me kind of a follow-up on that. You personally, because I see a lot of people talk about the idea of trading up, and they're disgusted by the optics of it. I know Alan has talked about this a lot. You chose to win games, so you would end up in a worse position, and now you're using assets to now move up to make up for the mistake that you made. In like people are talking about the optics of that. To me, it's simple. If my general manager believes in a guy enough to be willing to move up and go and get that guy, shouldn't we want our GM to go and get that guy without being fleeced? And Scott's not going to be fleeced. Like that's how I feel about the concept of trading up. That's why I've always been open to it. But how do you feel about just in general the idea of using some sort of asset to go and get the guy that you want?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine as long as we are just talking about these second rounders, you know, like.
What about like a protected first?
That's too much for me.
That to me is to go to 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if we're doing lottery protected, like it still is. It would be too sweet for me at that point.
Sure.
I don't really. At this point, don't really care about they won too many games. They shouldn't have been able to fall further than 5th. Like, it sucks. It's also water under the bridge. Like, I'm not going to sit here and hammer that point down. I get it if people want to. To me, this is your current reality. Just look around and deal with what you got in front of you. So, a couple second rounders, sure. Like, we love Maxime Reynaud, Dylan Cardwell. You want more chances at guys like that. But if that's what it takes to what you just said, Matt, if they absolutely love a guy, you can pitch me on multiple of these, you know, and if Scott Perry's going to sit up there tomorrow and tell me why he thinks Darius Acuff is the next star in this league, it's going to be easy to sell me on that, you know? And so 100%, if they think that is the guy, then make sure you go get him, but don't be fleeced to what you were saying. And in my mind, previous scenarios where I think OKC moved up from 12 to 11 for a second round pick or 2 to get SGA, you know, and it's like, yeah, you go do that if that's all it's costing you to just move up those tiny little spots.
I think it's interesting because there's been some word out there like later on trading up into the first round late to maybe go grab one of these guys. I know Trayvon Brazil is a name that comes to mind, Arkansas guy, that they've had in here for workouts. Now, he might just be a second rounder, like he might not sneak in there. But I'm curious, is there any chance they could maybe move up to get somebody at that bottom of the first?
I mean, I think so. We saw Scott Perry in his first draft end up trading a future first to move up and get, or move into the draft even when they didn't have a first and pick up Nick Clifford. So, whether it's that or I don't know that it would make sense in my mind for Charlotte to trade a first for Domantas Sabonis, but like we know that they're going to be on the phones and trying to move pretty much everybody on the roster.
Yeah.
Like nobody is untouchable, you know? Like Dallas could really use Keegan Murray. Would you trade him for the 9th pick? Maybe. Like,
I don't think
you know,
can do that though.
Right. You're right. Like
contract?
Actually, no, he's not eligible to be traded until like July.
Right. It's like poison pill, whatever it may be. But point being, I think everything should be on the table, and what they need is more young talent. And so I think that they probably do have some guys that they like later. And if there's a scenario where, hey, we have this guy top 10, and all of a sudden he's still sitting there at 17 and OKC comes back on the clock and they're not even sure how they're going to roster this guy, then I'm going to attempt to go have that conversation. I absolutely love Cameron Carr. I'm obsessed with this guy, by the way. I first saw him when watching A-Cuff stuff, and I was like, man, this guy's pretty good. And I started watching more. I'm like, well, this guy's really good. A play finisher, size, shooting, like the type of guy the Kings need. And with how much they need talent and how much they are clearly attempting to shop the players currently on their roster, I'm definitely going to be, staying close to my phone just in case they end up with another first rounder here.
I think the Kings are going to be very aggressive to move back in on draft
That'd be
night.
fun.
Very aggressive.
That'd be
within
fun.
reason. Again, they're not going to overpay necessarily, but I think Scott, that 2031 T-Wolves pick that they got in the Fox draft, I think that's more than on the table to move back in if he feels it's necessary.
Like, hey, Devin Carter do anything for you?
Right.
New haircut.
Yeah, I do like that, by the way.
Like
Props to him. I think it looks good.
It looks good. Are you buying any of this latest smoke of, Keaton Wagler backed out of his workout with the Kings. Apparently, Michael Brown Jr. did too, although I had no idea he was working out with the Kings, but the report is he backed out of one as well. Those two are expecting in some combination to be 5 or 6 of the Clippers and Nets. How much are you subscribing to that? Because if that were to happen, whether it's Wagler to 5 like we talked about for months because of the Darius Garland thing, or they go Michael Brown Jr. because they like him next to Garland more, and then Wagler goes 6. Like, this kind of leans back into in Scott Perry we trust thing. Like, if Scott manages to maneuver the market to ultimately have his guy land to him at 7 when even a week and a half ago the consensus was there's no way A-Cuff's going to be there at 7. Like, I'm ready to give Scott Perry that credit, even though it hasn't happened yet, but it all depends on if this Wagler and Brown Jr. stuff is true at 5 and 6.
Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I think Ace Bailey didn't work out for Utah. Darren Peterson doesn't work out for Utah. Like, does that mean they shouldn't pick him? No, right? Like, there's still plenty of way for these teams to do their research on these players. Sure. I'm going to get a hold of their high school coaches, different people that were around them. I'm going to talk to all their collegiate coaches. Like, there are still plenty of ways to get in contact and do your background on these guys.
And they can still meet without doing a workout.
Yeah, they met at the draft.
At the
combine.
And Darren Peterson shared earlier today that even though he didn't work out with the Jazz, he met with the Jazz.
Yeah.
So there's differences.
Yeah, and maybe it speaks to, well, if they were just absolutely enamored with these guys, they're going to make sure to get a workout, right? So maybe it speaks to that. But to me, it doesn't really do anything. Like, it's one of those where there's reportings left and right now about absolutely everything.
Yep.
Jaren Jackson Jr. was the lock to be the number 1 pick. Like, would I be absolutely stunned if Cameron Boozer goes number 1? I'd be surprised, but like, no, that's within the realm of possibility, So I kind of feel like anything could happen at this point, and I personally don't read too much into that stuff because I'm not going to I'm just going to write off these players now because they didn't end up having a pre-draft workout or whatever it may be.
Sure.
Might mean a little bit of something about what their level of interest is when it comes to the Kings' perspective. But for the most part, I'm just kind of like, all right.
Okay, so you just mentioned that because I was going to ask you this. We always like to be like, oh yeah, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. And it
I've
never
got it all
does.
figured out.
It never does. Whatever draft it might be in whatever sport, there always is something that happens. Now, you mentioned if Boozer went number 1, you wouldn't be completely surprised. What would be like the biggest surprise to you that would happen in this draft?
Yeah, well, the Nate Ament stuff that was floating around for a sec.
Point.
Like, I think Nate Ament is really interesting, and the upside is extremely intriguing. He's got more size than anybody else that we're talking about in this range as a young player. But I mean, these guards are on another level in my mind. And so, like, if Brooklyn did something like that, for example, or even like Yaxel or Ade Mara, like, those wouldn't be super stunning to me. Above the Kings for sure, but the second you reach after them, like Atlanta. Maybe not Atlanta, maybe the bigs for sure, but like Dallas, Milwaukee, Golden State, right? Like, that's a prime range for those sort of players in my mind. So yeah, it'd be that or one of the top 4 guys falling because that would have a very big trickle-down effect, right? Of all of a sudden, there's people blowing up the Clippers' phones. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm like, shoot, what can I do to get into this?
The shortest 5 minutes on the clock ever for the Clippers.
Yeah.
If for some reason, and I don't know who would jump into the top 4, but if some reason Caleb fell to 5, I think the entire league is calling.
What if it was like Darren?
That is honestly what I thought. I was like, if anything.
And how much would that scare you, though?
It wouldn't scare me at all.
Right.
No, because you're
Matt,
big on
I have
and
Darren
honestly,
number
I
one.
would probably take him too at that point. I mean,
but how much are you giving? Like, just talk about the Kings'
Right.
perspective to move up.
Right.
Like, I'm putting 2 first-round picks on the table, but anything more than that?
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
putting another first on the table and just top 4 protecting. You
7
know,
and
like
2 firsts?
2.
If you really want
Well,
that dude at 5.
maybe our own in the Minnesota one, for example. Like, starts to
swap?
become a conversation for sure.
Pick swap. Hey, can I interest you in Zach LaVine?
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no. Get him
They're
back
like,
on the
well,
phone.
what else are you giving us? No, that is what
Zach.
we're giving you.
We're giving you
Like,
Zach.
yeah.
I feel like the NBA, the Clippers would call the NBA in that scenario and go, give us 10 minutes. Come on.
Yeah.
We're going to need 10 minutes. Go to
Give us
commercial.
a little time, yeah.
Go to commercial.
It would be
please.
so fun, though.
It'd be crazy.
Yeah, it would.
It'd be so fun.
Who is, in your mind, if there is even a remote chance of a disruptor to move into the top 4 to push someone down, who is that guy? Is it Wagler?
No.
Is it Acuff?
No. I mean, it's Acuff
Is
or
it
Michael.
Vogler?
Yeah.
Is it That's what it started to sound like there.
It did. Yeah, I mean, it's Acuff or Michael. I think those are the 2 ceiling guys, right? Like, I don't think Kingston is quite probably within that same conversation. Like, somebody could talk themselves into, oh my God, this guy is like a star when it comes to Michael or with Acuff. And again, I'm there with Flemings, but I think it's definitely more so those 2. But also, like Chicago was rumored to be willing to trade down recently, and I'm just like, there's no way. Like, they're in one of the best spots.
Yeah. I wonder how Kings fans would feel if Acuff ended up getting taken top 4, and it's like, wow, maybe he was that dude the entire time.
Right.
Yeah.
But the amount of pressure on Acuff, and specifically, like if Chicago were to go Acuff 4, boy, they better not miss.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just don't think all 4 of those teams are going to play it safe. Who they end up
those
with.
guys are so good. And I've come around a lot more on Boozer recently too, of like.
So is Utah.
Yeah, I think that
Boy.
could be a very realistic situation.
I think Boozer to number 2 it's almost a 50-50.
What a crazy team that would be.
I assume
know, right?
AJ is 1. I think Boozer to 2 versus Darren Peterson is complete 50-50.
Yeah, I mean.
I do
yeah,
too.
It's definitely an interesting scenario. But I think Memphis, I was just talking to Anthony about this, producer, a second ago. I'm like, I would love to be Memphis or Chicago.
Oh.
Obviously, you'd rather be 1 or 2, but these guys are sitting there like, hey, I'm going to just take my pick of whoever comes to me.
pressure.
Right. I mean, I think Memphis could even love to have Caleb if they didn't have Peterson. I mean, if they didn't even want Peter, maybe they'd be like, oh, take Caleb.
Yeah.
Mark Stein is reporting, or not Stein, I'm sorry, Mark Spears is reporting that the Washington Wizards are not going to trade number 1, which to me then says it's AJ. Like, to me, that just says AJ.
I love Darren.
I know you like Darren.
I think Darren could be
He's a
right
big
there.
Darren guy.
Next to Trae Young?
Yeah.
On a bajillion dollar deal?
They have way more like bigger wings on their team. But to be fair, like people are like, well, who would be their 2 guard? I'm like, just put AJ at the 2. Who cares? Like,
let him Chuck and Anthony Davis. Your job is just to rebound. For
absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, man. Well, we'll see what happens on draft night. Of course, Brendan is going to be all over it. He will be there, as will I and many others, at the draft party at the Golden One Center. Looking forward to it. Great work this entire process, my friend. And now we wait and see how it all plays out. So it's going to be exciting.
Appreciate it, guys. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Ciao.
We'll see you Thursday.
Nice Brazilian kit, too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm jealous of it.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
take the
That does
break.
look nice.
When we come back, let's switch gears to baseball really quick. Before our MLB mini seasons, Rafael Devers decided to take matters into his own hands a little bit, or at least he tried to. Tony Vitello was asked about it after the game, after the Giants lost to the Florida Marlins. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
The stars align in West Sacramento as the A's go head-to-head with the Los Angeles Dodgers for a spectacular summer series starting Monday June 29th. Celebrate the start of the holiday week with an action-packed series. Be there to witness one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the season. Get your tickets now at athletics.com/tickets. That's athletics.com/tickets.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Struggling to find your perfect Ram truck? Look no further. Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland has the best selection of hard-to-find Ram heavy duties, and right now you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Your new Ram is waiting at hobletdodge.com.
$14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $10,500 dealer discount. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit for eligible upfit, $1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership, $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade-in. 10 of the net savings, see dealer for details.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Big shout out to Brendan Nunez for joining us here in studio. He's been doing phenomenal work covering this draft the entire time. He'll be out there in the Golden One Center, as will I. Frankie Cardicelli, Chris Watkins, a number of people. Also, by the way, draft day programming tomorrow. So obviously, the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross in the morning, getting us ready. Kayla and I will have another show for you, kind of previewing everything and reading all the tea leaves. And maybe we get a Giannis trade, maybe we don't. Up until 2 o'clock tomorrow. Then the Drive Guys. The Drive Guys will be broadcasting with the draft starting. I don't know what's been confirmed and what's not, but I think the plan is for them to be on the air when the actual pick is made and get their raw live reaction to it, even if that's after 6 o'clock. I don't know all the specifics, but just know that Sactown Sports is going to have you covered for the entire draft. Plus, after the draft is over or the first round is over, an episode of the Matt George podcast will be dropping. Our KHTK, Sactown Sports digital team, going to be all over everything out there as well. You do not need to go anywhere else for all of your draft coverage. We have everything you could possibly want right here on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports. But it's also baseball season, Kayla.
Yes.
And over the weekend, the A's yesterday blew it on Father's Day because their bullpen is terrible, just like the Giants' bullpen is. They blew a game, a very winnable game against the LA Angels. But let's talk Giants really quick because there was a moment that caught a lot of people's attention. Rafael Devers got I think it was a base hit, right? A single. Gets to first base. And Tony Vitello goes to pinch run for him. Submits it, submits the card, submits it to the umpire. Pinch runner runs out there to take over, and Devers waves him off.
Yeah.
No. I ain't coming out of the game. No, I'm running. Now, everything had been submitted, so ultimately Devers had to leave. Then once Devers left, the camera caught him going right into the clubhouse. He did not seem happy.
Yeah.
Optically, with everything that's going on with the Giants and a new manager in Tony Vitello, Kayla didn't look very good.
This is when there is worries that start to come into play with the manager, with the team, with separation. Because, look, it naturally occurs when teams are losing. I've covered millions of teams that are in really bad seasons.
Yep.
And more likely than not, there's division that starts to happen. And there is division where not every player is going to be like, screw Tony Vitello. But there are a lot of those players like Devers possibly has supporters of him.
Sure.
That then takes away from what Tony is doing. And it just makes it harder to move forward as a team.
Sure.
We're getting into sticky territory with the Giants. Like eventually something's got to start happening to be trading players because it's either like Tony is going to get like a chance, I believe, next year to be like, hey, let's fix things. Let's get new players here. Let's trade some. But for the rest of the season, like this could be really, really bad.
Over the weekend, I can't remember who it was, and I apologize. I want to say it was the San Francisco Chronicle, but I don't know. There was a local report about the most likely trade target or trade candidates for the Giants and who's on the block, and like Matt Chapman was amongst them, Robbie Ray was amongst them. Willy Adames and Rafael Devers were not amongst them, which suggests that because of their contracts mostly, they're still going to be around. So it'd be one thing if it was like, okay, the Giants can just kind of move on from this. But you're right. It is a sticky situation because once it starts being like franchise star versus manager, well, typically manager loses, especially first-time manager who has
never experience at this level.
But I don't know if that's going to happen in San Francisco because of how directly tied Vitello is to Buster Posey.
Sure.
And now damage control is going on. Of course, after the game, Tony Vitello was asked about the situation, and I thought the way he handled it was good, but there is no getting out of it scot-free. Here's Tony Vitello after the game. Let's try that one more time. Here's Tony
after the day off, just because from base running, a little bit of soreness in his leg, but he's good to go. And so a part of that, and then a part of it too, you know how competitive he is. He wants to stay in the game.
What do you make of that reaction? It seemed like he kind of waved Jonah off, then went right back into the clubhouse.
Yeah, I didn't see where he went afterwards, but once we announced the move, the move is made. So just going with what our best effort is to win the game. Obviously, you'd like to get Jonah to go get a bag. He's relatively quick to the plate, but on a double, going with our best chance to be able to score.
So, do you feel like you need to talk to Devers after that?
No, we talk every day. Yeah. I'm good. I'd rather have guys like Webby that you got to rip them off the field as opposed to vice versa.
So he's very much de-escalating. I thought he handled it perfectly, but it doesn't match it doesn't matter compared to what our eyes very clearly saw.
There's frustration there. And again, maybe it was a moment more so for him and the frustration for Devers. Like, I get it. Like, they're losing. Yep. Like, it's not happy in a clubhouse, especially when you're playing that many games during a season. So I hope it's not to that level, but I will say I have seen this happen where there is division and it only starts to divide more throughout the season.
Yep.
I hope it doesn't get to that point, but you mentioned doesn't look like they're going anywhere soon with him because of the contract. So you got to make something work.
Well, things aren't going great in San Francisco. We've known that. But things are going great back over here, let me tell you. Things are going great back over here.
You have fun with yourself.
It's
that
coming
trophy.
home.
I mean,
it's
the
coming
trophy
on
is
home.
broken at this point.
My broken, meaningless $30 trophy off of Amazon is coming home.
It's more of a pain to hold that thing now than it is.
It really is.
It really is.
It really is because I have to figure out both parts of it. But
right. We just need some Gorilla Glue or
whatever.
Something.
It's my broken trophy and I love it.
Yeah, but you barely won. You won on literally the biggest stroke of luck.
Hey, listen.
There was.
What do you mean?
You did.
What do you mean?
You did.
Masterful
it
managing.
It came down to the last second.
It did. So essentially,
a very weird situation.
So Kyle and I went head to head on Thursday.
Right.
Now Kayla,
I already won.
You picked the Blue Jays to beat the Red Sox, and you won 4-3. However, because of run differential, it was essentially if I win, I get it. If Kyle wins, you get it. Well, shout out the Cleveland Guardians. Love those Guardians. Let me tell you.
I love them except for that day.
You loved covering the Cleveland Guardians. They're such a great team.
Not today, though, or yesterday.
A 4-2 victory on Thursday because we had a shortened week. I'm an 8-time champ. I'm just saying. Just sneaking that in there. Sneaking that in there.
Go for yourself. I mean,
listen.
If that's what you got, boost it.
Listen. This is all that
I'm okay with it.
My broken, baseball trophy. That's all that I get. Well, it's a new week.
Right.
But, Kayla, we should just forfeit this week because Kyle's out.
I know.
Anthony's in.
That means he's going to win.
He's going to win.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not going to forfeit. I won't do that.
Well, we're going to fight. And the good news is, well, the bad news is for us, Anthony,
he's
in place of
first.
Kyle, gets the first pick.
There we go.
So, Anthony, we are picking 5 teams each. Who is your first pick?
I'm going to have fun with it. I don't know if you guys should be super worried. I'm going to pick the Red Sox.
Look at you.
Red Sox first pick. Kayla, I'm already writing it.
Yeah. Dodgers.
Yep. All right. And I will go Yankees with my first pick.
Okay.
All right. Anthony.
Royals.
Kayla.
I'm going to go with the Rays.
For me, ew.
Ew.
I don't like any of these games. Ew. You know what? I'll go Cubs.
Cubbies.
Angels.
Give me Brew Crew.
Brewers. Ew. All these games are terrible. I'll go Cardinals.
Mets.
Oh, we have a chance to go head to head.
Ooh.
Mets for Kyle/Anthony. Kayla?
Okay.
Fourth team.
Let me see here. I will go. Just a second. I wanted to make sure they were playing on this day.
By the way, we have A's Giants this weekend.
I know. I'm
Pretty fun.
kind of like thinking, should I take one? Maybe I'm just going to be risque. I'm going to go A's over Giants.
Okay, Kayla will go A's. I can't take the A's even if I wanted to.
Yeah, because you had them.
I'm not taking Giants. That's for sure. Not with them playing the way they are.
We got one more?
Yes. I will go, Yankees and Red Sox this weekend too. That's exciting. Oh boy.
Ooh, I know what I'm going to do for my last one.
I might have to go your Mariners.
Oh, you have to.
I think I have to.
I didn't have that hesitation when I picked the A's.
It sounded like
I said it with pride.
Nah, you kind of hesitated.
And pridefully.
I'm taking the Rockies.
Yeah.
All the last place teams, other than the Reds, but that's okay.
I'm taking the White Sox.
Ooh.
For my last game of the week.
We're getting weird.
I'm looking at matchups here, all right? I'm strategically mapping this out.
Strategery. Oh, the A's and Giants are during the week. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's A's and Angels.
They're like on Wednesday, Thursday.
I guess I'll go Reds. Why not?
All right.
I'll go Reds. All right, so our teams, Yankees, Cubs, Cards, Mariners, Reds for me. Kayla has the Dodgers, Rays, Brewers, A's, and White Sox. And Anthony is tanking Kyle with Red Sox, Royals, Angels, Mets, and Rockies.
Yep. And I'm going with Dodge tonight.
Dodge versus who?
I picked the underdogs. I'm not tanking. I just believe.
Wait, who did you take again?
I took all the last place teams other
Oh,
than
you
the
truly
Reds.
did.
Yeah.
He's tanking.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay.
There's no
Dodgers
first
and
round
Twins,
pick.
by the way.
Dodgers, Twinnies. Okay.
That's funny.
I don't even know. I didn't even look at the games, honestly.
Pick one of those last days. Yeah.
Nice. I'll take the Cardinals over the D-backs.
Okay.
Rockies over the Red Sox, I guess.
Oh, my.
All right. There we go. That is our MLB mini seasons to get another week going. And when we come back, the Drive Guys, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. It's their show on the eve of the NBA draft. Can't wait to talk to them. They'll be on with you from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, but we get them a bit early in crosstalk coming up next on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
With the NBA draft just days away, Sactown Sports introduces the debut single from Alan Stiles, Who the Kings Be Picking.
Is it Heaton? Is it Breakdown? Is it Acre? Is it Kingston? It ain't Dead Run. It ain't Wilson.
Hear the full track right now on the Sactown Sports YouTube channel or at SactownSports.com.
Who the Kings be picking? Who the Kings be picking?
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Sacramento Kings return to Golden One Center this July for the 8th annual California Classic, presented by Ticketmaster. The Kings, with the 7th pick in the draft, will host the Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets, and the Milwaukee Bucks on July 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3-day general admission passes start at just $50. Come see some NBA rookies, second-year players, and other athletes vying for spots on NBA and G League rosters. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Happy draft week out there to everybody, including my two good friends here in studio. Also, happy Father's Day to you.
That's so nice. Thank you.
Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles.
Actually, there's 3 people in here, so you said 2 good friends, so I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I got a shot.
We're more than friends. We're co-hosts.
Oh, okay.
Kayla and I.
Come
Oh, but he does this when he
What did I
knows,
do?
like, you dug on me on Thursday's show when I was out at a medical appointment, and then he tries to play the good guy. No.
Oh.
So then he told me that you were talking smack.
I did. Because I figured
I
you'd listen.
Step back. That you were talking smack because I was being critical of your rap. Which is not true. I actually said, go back, rewind the tape, like they say on Love Island, rewind. I was actually complimentary. However, I did say I felt Matt's lyrics were a little more creative because it was just, there was more to it. But then I very much said that it was a great track. And I tweeted it out on X to my 21,000+ followers. That also, I don't ever flex on this station, so I will flex my muscles. You all flex all the time.
Keep going.
I will flex right now.
Okay.
So, anyway, this is not to be exaggerated because I very much supported Alan's rap.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard, but well, you didn't, I guess. I said on the show, I said, Alan, I think you're being a little hard on Kayla.
Well, I was hard on both of them, but Matt was there and you were not. And I had to talk about it at that moment because it had just come out. We had Friday off.
Right.
And the moment was
and
the
I
moment.
was out at a medical appointment.
Right. Yeah. And to me, like I said, you tweeted it, you put it out there.
Yep.
I was, great. So then I said, okay, well, let me go in and listen to them because they're probably, going to be on that same level.
They're probably gassing you up.
And I felt like, the energy. And I got some texts. I got some texts confirming this as well. I won't say who because that's just not appropriate. But I got some texts, and it was just, hey, what's going on in the midday?
Okay. Let me go back on. Let me circle around on this too. Again, see, I'm drawing a big circle.
But this is just me enjoying and supporting.
We support everyone's show.
Yes.
The midday is probably the one that, puts the most out there in terms of we just love everyone.
Okay.
Support it.
Yeah, we start beef.
Right. And you all play your roles. But you guys don't know me very well if you don't think I'm going to play a role sometimes.
Okay.
So I have made it very clear to the audience that you're like a brother to me.
Right.
I like to pick on you.
Right.
It's fun. We just, it's a fun, joking.
I hear you.
So none of that is personal.
No, but
and sometimes
I
have
was.
to, sometimes I got to support my colleague like you guys.
Right.
So that's all I was saying.
My ego was fragile. Yes. She had my back.
It felt very eggshellish, didn't want to. Step on any.
You came in with sunglasses on.
No, it ain't that serious.
Because now I'm defensive, and now I am on the defense where I thought we were all on the same team. So that's all. That's all. Just wanted to clear that up.
No, I just like to pick on you.
Yeah.
So
I don't know in that moment, Whitey, and you were there, so maybe it's a little bit different, but it just was. Sticky.
He was used.
That was Thursday.
It was.
Yeah, well, Kayla brought it up.
Yeah, damn straight I did. Look, if I'm going to have a beef with someone, I'm going to beef it out with them.
Yeah.
I think it was because you got so much love on that morning support or morning show.
And maybe that was it too.
You were just like,
I was like, man, they're being such good co-workers and partners.
You filled up their content for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I said, let's just keep this gravy train rolling.
But now,
and the train...
To be fair, to be
took
fair,
a wrong stop. I don't want to be on this train.
To be fair, there's been a lot of during this Fox run in the playoffs, a lot of shots fired.
I don't know what you're talking about.
From who to who?
This guy.
From who to who?
I don't know what you're talking about.
From me. I talk about De'Aaron Fox. I don't talk about Matt George.
De'Aaron's perfect.
I don't talk about Matt. I talk about Fox.
I think I would have turned the ball over more.
Than Fox?
Yeah.
So look, we're all on the same team here.
We are.
Of course we are.
And
I didn't think that was something you would take personally.
I didn't take it personally.
Oh, okay.
I was just curious
right.
as to, why are we talking about Double Down? I was confused how Double Down came up. I was confused at how it came up.
Well, considering this is OG right here in terms of videos, considering it's been a video associated with Sactown, and we're in this video music.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So, did I take a little bit of a shot? Yeah. I like to have some fun sometimes.
How was the first weekend of everything? What was the feedback? What were the streets saying?
Well, I think my biggest learning lesson was if you're going to do a parody of a song, it has to be a really, really big song. And I thought the song was pretty big.
Nokia?
But yeah, a lot of people just said they had never heard the original.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Kendrick fans.
That's
probably.
crazy.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of during, it was on the album with Party Next Door, and I just don't think as many people had heard it as I thought. So that's why a lot of people didn't know it was a parody, because you don't know if something's a parody if you never heard the original.
I mean, I wouldn't even needed to hear the original, which I have heard it, to be like, oh, yeah.
That's kind of a compliment, though. They thought it was you.
But they just thought it was a bad song.
Oh.
Oh, see, come on.
Never mind.
So it goes from being a parody to just, this is terrible. It's like, well, that's the point. But you know what? Never mind.
So some people took you seriously,
Yes.
just like they took Matt seriously. It's like people don't know how to sometimes
But Matt's
just laugh about it.
was not a parody.
Yeah,
that
his
was original.
That was
original.
That is true.
I'll die on that hill, baby.
Yeah, and you should.
That is true.
I'm
You
very
actually-
much dead. I am dead
That's
under
why
that
yours
hill.
took a lot of criticism. To this
So
point.
we're all on the same page. We're all great.
We're all
Of
friends.
course.
And just for me,
Of
man,
course.
to just, have a record label that supports me here at Sactown Sound.
Sactown Sound.
Yeah.
Sactown
and
Sound,
even though
baby.
my partner did release a single the same day as my single was
Yeah,
released.
look
a
at
lesser
this.
B-side, yeah.
Which I quite liked.
Well,
so
thanks.
I mean, we're like putting out hits here on
That's
the
right.
station.
It's a hit factory.
It is.
that's right.
Absolutely.
So, I just want to thank everybody, my label, my bosses.
You already did this on
Oh my goodness!
Never too
Alan.
late.
all my other artists.
Alan,
as
maybe
well,
you and I
man.
can connect for another hit next time.
Definitely. Yeah, I'll have
What's
my
next?
people talk to your people.
What's the
and-
follow-up? When can we expect it?
Man, right now we're just riding the vibe. We're going to let the draft happen. A lot of intel coming up on the show, by the way.
Oh,
A lot of
boy.
people want a kind of a duet with you and Matt.
Yeah, they've been asking
Oh.
for that, and that's why I wanted to clear all this up. And, before I work with anyone, I got to make sure, the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And
That'll be big.
I think we're really working towards something. I don't know that we're there yet, but we're
That'll be
working
great.
towards something.
Shut up and drink your Celsius.
Oh, I will.
Okay.
A lot of conversations over the weekend.
I was going to say, before we bounce, 4 hours, the eve of the draft. What we got?
We're going to be awarding the Golden Pillows today. Our picks for the big-time superstar sleepers in this draft.
What? That's
Nobody
creative.
sees coming.
The Golden Pillows.
Yeah.
Silk. I hope it's silk. Golden pillows.
Always.
Sure.
Okay, that's the best.
And did my ears hear intel?
A little bit. Some good
Whoa.
conversations had, so that'll be coming up 2 o'clock hour. We won't make y'all wait. The Drive guys, we got you.
Whitey Gleason, Allen Stiles starting it out hot here on the eve of the NBA draft. Kayla and I will be back on draft day, 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see you then, but stick around the next 4 hours of the Drive Guys right here on Sactown Sports.
Peace.